Good morning, California. Buenos dias. We're on our second day of visualizations, a very exciting process. We were working on San Diego, Southern California yesterday, and we were able to get through quite a few of the VRA districts in terms of just giving feedback and direction. Overnight I've been thinking about it and have just thinking about our process and really the focus of and the direction and trajectory of where we're going. And I really do think we need to make many more decisions that we've made. We've given direction, but haven't really made some concrete decisions, especially around some of the Los Angeles regions, the VRA regions. And so for today, we're going to go back. I'm going to use chair's discretion and go back to Los Angeles and focus on some of these VRA areas where we really need to make some difficult decisions, I think. We've made some, and we've come up with some refinements for a given direction to the line drawers, but we need to do more of that, and especially in some of the areas that we haven't looked at. And so that's what we'll be doing today, is going back to Los Angeles area. And from there, as time permits, we will be going to the other VRA areas that will be impacted by that, which likely would be, if we have time, the Central Valley. So we will be doing that today, and so that is a change from our run of show. And so I just wanted to alert the commission and the public. With that, we will do roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Presente.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Roll call is complete, Chair.
Thank you, Ravi, as always. And I think I see Commissioner Kutagawa joined, so she can be present as well.
Hi, I'm here now.
Excellent. Sounds good. So I just mentioned that we will be focusing on the Los Angeles region, finishing up some of our VRA work there and giving further direction and further concrete direction and making some decisions. But before we do that, we'll go into a brief closed session just to go over some of the pending litigation issues that we must look at before we begin this work. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session, or not adjourn, we will recess to closed session and then come back in an hour. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are coming back from closed session. We on the litigation exception, there was no action was taken during that meeting. We will continue on with visualizations. We will be focusing on the Los Angeles region. In particular, I just want to thank the public. We've been getting so much feedback from the public, and it's something that we're looking at, and that are especially with the feedback from the VRA districts, which we've encouraged communities to give us input on these important and critical areas for fair maps, and we have received significant input from Lancaster, Palmdale area, Victor Valley area, and those are areas where the commission is going to be looking at and focused on. We're going to start in that area because we've received significant feedback, and we, after consulting with VRA Council, we do believe that that area has VRA considerations, as we've been hearing from the public and also from our own analysis. And so we will be focused there and then work through the Los Angeles VRA districts. And if we have time, we will be continuing on to the Central Valley this afternoon. So we will start with Jamie, can you please load the Los Angeles map and go to the Palmdale area?
Just one moment.
And I think just for the public and for the commission, our goal today is to really focus on the VRA areas to get to consensus on what they look like, the region looks like, and less on the specific aspects of all of the underlying COIs. We need to make sure that we address the VRA compliance aspects, and then once we do that, then we'll come back and do refinement as time permits.
So right now on the map, we're showing Antelope Valley here in this area, and Victor Valley is here in this area. Currently, the boundary between these two districts is on the county line between San Bernardino and Los Angeles County. Additionally, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. The Antelope Valley District currently includes areas like Tehachapi, California City, Edwards Air Force Base, etc. And the Victor Valley Base District includes northern areas here in San Bernardino County. And I will zoom back into these specific areas.
Thank you. And if you can specifically focus on the Palmdale area. Thank you very much. So now, in looking at the VRA considerations, and I think if Mr. Becker is available, perhaps he can give us a general overview of the VRA considerations in this specific region.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully my internet will cooperate and you all can hear me. Can I get a few nods if people can hear me okay? Okay. What we have found is that in assembly elections, all three jingles preconditions appear to be met, and that minority voters in this area of California and the Lancaster-Palmdale area and going down across into San Bernardino County into the Victor Valley area are large enough to comprise a majority of an assembly district, and that there is racially polarized voting in assembly elections sufficient to trigger VRA protections for Latino voters in this area.
Thank you. At this point, we are seeking suggestions from the commission. I want really concrete direction on how we can potentially modify this district to meet VRA requirements. Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Anderson and Fernandez. We'll start with Kennedy first.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a general principle, and this is reiterating something that I've said before, having heard community input on this at various points throughout the process, I would urge the Commission to ensure that the population, if we do cross the county line, that the population be balanced between a Los Angeles County portion and a San Bernardino County portion, so that both elements of the district have an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, and Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. To do this process, could we please have the, say, the CVAP Latino CVAP heat map turned on, please?
Thank you. In the meantime, while we're looking at the heat map, Commissioner Fernandez.
Fernandez. It's all blended right now. Is there any way to overlay? Mr. Becker had provided us with like a similar heat map type, but just so that we could see, well, I can see where some of the concentrations are, but I think that would be a really good starting point for us.
So you'd like to look at the jingles preconditions?
Is there any way to overlay it with this, or maybe there isn't?
So that's in a PDF, and
Okay.
that you have. But if you want, I can share that and show that if you think it'd be helpful.
Well, probably not, because we need to be drawing. Drawings. I'm trying to see. Obviously, the Palmdale side. But then on the San Bernardino side, we have those huge concentrations. So I'm thinking out loud right now with the Victorville, trying to link the two. So let me think about it a little bit more. Thanks. And I think I have those maps, so I can actually reference them. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I do want to reference some COI testimony that perhaps to give us a starting point that mentions the cities of Hesperia, Victorville, Adelanto, and Apple Valley that seem to be the core of a high desert community in the Inland Empire that also are home to significant communities of color. And as we can see from the heat map, they seem to also be quite significantly home to a very concentrated population of Latinos. Separately, I believe we're for population purposes, if we're crossing county boundaries, and I believe that's what I've heard, just again, a starting place, looking at cities like Palmdale and perhaps even Lancaster as well too, into also including Sun Village and Lake Los Angeles. Perhaps that might give us an evenly balanced starting point that aligns with what Commissioner Kennedy mentioned.
That is helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. And then Jamie, if you would, taking into consideration Commissioner Kennedy's feedback and Commissioner Kutagawa's feedback, if you could give us some suggestions on how we might draw a VRA district in this area, and what your thoughts are around this. So if you can walk us through and also the potential opportunities and also some of the challenges.
Sure. Thank you for that question. As we all know, you can't draw one district without impacting a different one. So I'm going to zoom the map out to kind of show where these areas have some overlap. Because it slows the map down, I'm going to turn off the heat map with the Latino CVAP. So I think that it is possible to have approximately 50% of the population in each county without creating huge ripple effects or without creating huge impacts to the rest of the state or large portions of the state. It would be possible to basically have a switch or a population change just between these two districts, potentially slightly impacting actually the Tulare-Kern district. And so I guess I would suggest first removing population from this Antelope Valley district, maybe assigning this area of Western Antelope Valley and the areas that are currently in Kern County to Tulare-Kern. So I would first assign that. So then you know basically how much population you're looking at and how much more you then would need, while also looking at the Latino CVAP, an area that you're picking up. So first unassigning a lot of this area and this, and then working on creating that the district that is under discussion right now, and then balancing population between the remaining between the remaining areas. That is how I would accomplish that.
And that sounds like a good plan. To that, if Kitagawa and Furnishari have any input on that particular plan, please let us know. Commissioner Furnishari or Commissioner Anderson, any concerns with that plan moving forward? Commissioner Anderson, any concerns with moving in that direction?
I have some recommendations of where to give directions to how to start it.
Oh, that'd be excellent. Well, we're going to ask for concrete direction in the moment. So, Jamie, are you ready
I'll wait.
thank you. So, yeah, and it'd be very helpful to have very concrete direction on what areas to take out and what areas to add in. So, and
Yeah. So if could we put the CVAP back on, please?
and I believe Commissioner Kutagawa did give some areas to add and to take out as well.
Yeah, I would like to go, but since we're sort of looking at the LA County right now, I'd sort of give an idea on this one. And then I totally agree with and grab that same chunk over that Commissioner Kutagawa said in the San Bernardino, in the BVHD, and see if those are the same. We can do a switch sort of. But in this antelope, I would start with the area of, and I'm kind of thinking of more like not a solid block, but actually more like a C, and leaving the open space of Palmdale. I believe that is correct. Just like that, Jamie. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And one quick question. And I don't know what that is, if it's just a large block that doesn't have much population in it, but directly over the Los Angeles County title, that little, if that has any population, yes. I don't know if that has any population, but if you could grab that section and see how much population.
So, Jamie, if you could start capturing some of this area, of course, I'll be responsive to Commissioner Anderson's question, but if you could start grabbing some of this area so that we can start shifting.
So if it's okay, I do think that the most efficient way to accomplish this is going to be to kind of unassign some of these areas first. And then you'll know how much population you have left, how much population you'll need to gain, basically to start balancing this.
We trust your guidance. I trust your guidance, so let's move forward with that.
Thank you very much. So just 1 second, I will get that ready. I'll get it started, grab the areas that you just mentioned, and we'll see where we're at.
And while you're doing that, we'll take a discussion with Commissioner Anderson if she has additional discussion around that, and then Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, so as she's doing that, yes, my idea is to take that essentially large C area and connect it with that same area that Commissioner Kutagawa mentioned, Hesperia, not necessarily taking all of Apple Valley, Victor Valley, because there are large sections which are, are not the same density of CVAP. And we're trying to see how we can make this district.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez. And Jamie, let us know when you're ready to. Commissioner Vasquez, did you have comment? Question? I think you're on mute or we can't hear you. I think we're having some technical issues. Let us know when your audio is working.
Is your computer on mute too?
There we go. You all should hear me now. Okay, great. So I agree where this is going. Just wanted to note that I think to the extent possible. I don't think they need to be completely whole, but I do think that the majority of Lancaster and Palmdale specifically should be included in sort of the attempt at districts sort of pairing with the Victor Valley with those sections. Again, don't need to be kept whole, but I think there's just such a concentration of both population of particularly Latinos in those cities that I think it makes sense for us to try to include the majority of those two particular cities.
Great. So once we start adding areas, we'll take that into consideration. If you could give that in very concrete direction, as you just did, once we get to that point.
So I believe, Commissioner Anderson, this is generally the area you wished to include. And this right now is almost 60% of a district. It needs about 39% of a district to complete your, or to meet your population requirements.
So we're trying to get to essentially half a district here. So we can get half a district in the other, put them together. So one district, and then you have the other, a district out of essentially we're taking two districts, trying to make a VRA in the middle here, and the remaining would be the second.
So we're trying to, but it may not be possible given if we look at the heat map, and maybe Jamie, you can give us a little bit of information. But when I look at this heat map, I see a strong concentrations on the Los Angeles Palmdale area, less on the San Bernardino side, and so it may not be possible to achieve compliance with the Voting Rights Act and also do the half and half. But we can try to get as close as possible. Can you give us guidance on how to do that?
I would suggest from here trying to meet your 50% CVAP, and then you can, refine from there once you know for sure that you've got that population that you need.
So that's great. So if you would begin the process of expanding population and getting the population in there. So do we have any concrete direction from commissioners for Jamie in terms of what communities to add? Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I would start I would aim south, and then we can work, I would say, go up per population. So I would start with sort of Pinion Hills, Felon, Oak Hills, Hesperia, and Victorville, and see where that gets us. And then we can start,
And I think that is in alignment with what Commissioner Kutagawa and what Commissioner Anderson had said, as well as Commissioner Kennedy. So let's move in that direction. Commissioner Kutagawa, if you have some comment while this is being constructed.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because the what I did read in terms of some of the COI testimony is that Victorville is an important part of this, and I'm wondering if as much as I know people don't like to be split, whether it's better to split Pinion Hills and Felon. And include more of Victorville, as well as Spring Valley Lake.
Thank you. That'll be helpful as we get to refinement. Direct or Ms. Clark.
Thank you. So just what is highlighted on the map is Pinion Hills, Phelan, don't know how to say that one, apologies. Hesperia, Oak Hills, some of the unincorporated areas, and then southern, sort of southwestern Victorville. And the percent deviation is good. It's negative 1.28%. The Latino CVAP is 46.9%. So basically, some areas with less Latino CVAP concentrations need to be removed, and areas with more Latino CVAP concentrations need to be added.
Okay. At this point, are you suggesting we add this area to the district we're creating?
I would suggest potentially removing, maybe starting with some of the southern Hesperia area from what would be added to this district and kind of working from there.
Okay,
Would it be okay if I made that change?
Absolutely. Commissioner Anderson, if you have some feedback.
Yes, I like what we're doing here. And what I would like to do is, along what Jamie's essentially planning on doing, going up a little bit north in this section, I'd also like to, in the Antelope section, the northern border with Kern County, I'd like to draw that line down. It would reduce some of the, but that's population, which is certainly not Latino.
Thank you. As we finish this process, we'll look at that as well. Thank you.
So this area would be negative 6.6% deviation and have a Latino CVAP of 47.23%. I could commit this change and then move that border down per Commissioner Anderson's suggestion, and then continue working on this.
Do you think that moving the border down is going to help in meeting the requirements, or based on what you're looking at this point?
I don't think that it will hurt. I don't think that there's
Perfect.
a ton of population in there, but there is some population.
Okay, so let's commit this. I don't see any objections. So let's commit this, and then let's look at. I agree. I don't see a lot of population, so it shouldn't hurt us in our goal. It might help. So while you're doing that, we'll hear from Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Furnishari to see if they have any concrete guidance on next steps to get us to a compliant VRA district. That also is in alignment with the community input we've received. Kutagawa?
Yeah, as Jamie is bringing down that northern border in the Antelope Valley, I would still like us to also go back to that Victorville, Spring Valley area and try to capture more of those areas. Again, I think going back to some of the COI testimony, those Victorville and Hesperia were noted. Adelanto and Apple Valley were mentioned, but they do have lower Latino CVAP. So as we're, I think, trying to create this, I think we should try to first capture the areas where there's higher Latino CVAP, which it does look like Victorville and Spring Valley Lake.
Thank you. Yes, that is the plan. Ms. Clark.
Thanks. So the highlighted area is a little over 1,600 people. Making this change would move the Latino CVAP from 47.23% to 47.29%.
So it
Please
doesn't
let me
make,
know if
it doesn't
it-
make too much of a difference because the population is so low. I'm fine with committing this change. In terms of compactness, it's becoming a little bit more compact. So let's commit it. All right, let's hear from Commissioner Fornashari to see.
I'll wait until after Commissioner Kutagawa's change is made to.
Oh, okay,
see
let's
if I
add
have
Commissioner
something to
Kutagawa's
add.
changes, and then we'll go on to Commissioner Fornashari for his direction.
Commissioner Akutagawa, is there a specific area you would like me to add?
I believe it was the Victorville.
Yeah, the Victorville, I wish you could see my cursor. In looking at the map, it's going, yeah, you kind of have it. You just might need to pare away some of the areas where there's no Latino CVAP really.
Okay, so I will start doing that. This is the rest of the city of Victorville. Making this change would make the deviation 9.6% and the Latino CVAP 47.14%. I will start removing some of the areas in northern Victorville. So it's a lot less populated up there. I'm just going to keep kind of removing some areas, trying to get closer to that needed population.
What about also going a little bit west of Victorville, like almost straight across? You could see, yeah, exactly. And maybe even up into Adelanto. Where are we in deviation right now?
Right now, we're still at 6.1% deviation. Adding this area would make the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley District 47.34% Latino CVAP. It's currently at 47.29%.
And would splitting Phelan and Pinyon Hills, removing some of that southern parts of it, also help? I don't know how much population they would have there, and if it would also help raise the CVAP.
I think that if I may, I might suggest trying removing them altogether, come through across the counties through this less populated area, and then grabbing the populations like here, kind of right in the center of Victor Valley, like parts of Adelanto, parts of Victorville, parts of Hesperia, and seeing where that would get you. If that sounds okay to the commission, I would suggest that.
That sounds excellent. Let's move that. Let's move in that direction. Commissioner Funashari, did you have any comment on how to get to the 50% plus?
Yeah, but let's finish this.
Okay, let's
This
finish.
exercise up first, and then I'll see where we're going.
Okay, and Commissioner Taylor?
Yes. Jamie, would it be advisable to, based on CVAP numbers, to move Mountain Meadows into Hatchapee because of their lower Latino CVAP into the district to the north? So that would be, because that could help with our proportions into Tulare Kern.
Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. Right now, those are removed and in the Tulare Kern area right now. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
So if this highlighted area was included, it would be joining this Hesperia area with this area, kind of making a bridge to the Antelope Valley areas. This would be 2.49% deviation and 48.86% Latino CVAP. One suggestion is you could try making this change, maybe adding some of this area a little bit and potentially looking at removing some area right here that's currently assigned to the Antelope District, if you wish.
Let's move in that direction. Yes. Waiting for the change, Commissioner Furnishari, Commissioner Fernandez, any comment relating to potential changes that'll get us to the 50% or plus?
Yeah, I thought when we first started, and she took out the area south of Oak Hill, I thought we had gotten to 50% CVAP at that point, but maybe I just wished we had. I don't know, but I don't know if grabbing some of this Oak Hill might help. And maybe we're getting to the point where this is a offline exercise for Jamie to refine and get us to our goals.
Yeah, so we may need to give, and we probably do need to get to the point where we give the general input and give direction for Jamie to get us to the to compliance here. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I just had I agree with giving Jamie general direction, but Jamie, I believe when we tried the Victorville and maybe Adelanto, it didn't change the CVAP, but the population wasn't that high. So if we don't have to split up the cities, I would prefer to keep the cities if it's really not going to hinder the VRA. So that, I don't know how the rest of the commissioners feel, but that could also be additional direction if you could work on later. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So we are, I'm happy to work on that offline later today, this evening. I did want to note, I'm going to turn the blocks off. I did want to note that currently the Victor Valley based or the San Bernardino County based district is negative 39%, and the Tulare Kern district is over by 34.58%. Would the commission me to try to join these areas together to make the districts more balanced before we move on?
Feedback from commissioners? Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Turner, and Vasquez.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'd like to, you had talked initially, Jamie, that you were hoping this could just be a two-district swap. So if we can do that, I think that would be outstanding.
Can you give direction for that?
Please do that. I direct you to do that. I mean, I think you understand what.
You have
So, okay, here's my direction. Work on creating a VRA district kind of in the direction that we were going using just those two districts. And if you could come back with that, that would be outstanding. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. In addition with that, Jamie, if it helps with your offline, there's also community of interest testimony that may help with that, keeping these cities together when you're moving, considering, so with Adelanto, Hesperia, Victorville, Apple Valley, so any of those that can go into that district when you're doing the work would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I am not completely sold that this like current C shape in the what is now the Antelope, the new Antelope District, is helping us with our goals of getting a VRA district in the center. So my direction is if we need to eliminate that shape, I would like us to do so in the Antelope District.
Thank you. We'll reconcile all the direction in a moment. Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you. There's some community input, and again, I'm looking at the proportional numbers in order to create a VRA district. Was there some thought to adding California City to that northern district?
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Turner? Okay. So, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. So what is on the map right now? I'm going to zoom out. This would just impact the Victor Valley, the San Bernardino Base District, the Tulare Kern, and then the northern Los Angeles County area. Moving these areas, which are kind of the rest of Antelope Valley and northwestern Los Angeles County, and then including sort of the California City Edwards Air Force Base areas, with the rest of the San Bernardino County Base District, that would it would leave the San Bernardino County Base District at a little bit over -5%. This is something that the commission could direct me to make this change right now, and then as I'm working on this Antelope Valley and Victor Valley Base District, will also fix the deviation in that area as well, so that you have balanced districts and a district that is over 50% Latino CBAP next time you look at this.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Would that be okay?
Let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll decide.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I would like to urge us, to the extent possible, to ensure in this area when we're crossing county lines that populations are balanced between counties. Jamie, the other thing is that yesterday, in giving direction to Sivan, she was asked to look at that the boundaries of what is on your map as SECA, but this southeastern part of San Bernardino County at all levels that is tying into eastern Riverside and down into Imperial County, so that we can have a uniform western boundary of that area, which is going to make the administrative portion of this much easier. So, seeing that SECA is slightly overpopulated, I know that's not a densely populated area, but, we might pick up a little bit. I just want you to be aware that we do want to adjust that, that area that's going down into Riverside and Imperial so that we have a uniform western boundary of that element. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan and I will definitely collaborate on this to make that possible. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe, Jamie, you were asking about direction to add this area, the space to that district, and do I hear, is there any opposition to adding the space to this, to the district? Seeing none, we'll add this area to the district.
Thank you. Just one moment while the program makes that change.
Thank you. Then we'll go over our decision points now, what we decided on for this area and the direction that we're giving to Jamie, and then we'll move on to our next area of focus.
So that change was made and ready to move on to any area.
Appreciate it. So in terms of moving on to the next area, let's go over the decision points. So what we've decided here is to give, and Jamie, if you can highlight the area that we're working on just to help us, that in this area, the Antelope District, where we're at 48.1% CVAP Latino CVAP, that we're going to give you essentially discretion, not discretion, but that we're going to direct you to get us to 50% plus Latino CVAP in this general area, and what I'm hearing from Commissioner Vasquez is and others is that if we need to change the borders somewhat, if we need to even change the backwards Z in order to achieve that would be acceptable. And so that as long as it's within this area, in this space that we're looking at this point, that you have direction to develop a compliant district for us to make any minor refinements at the end. I just want to make sure I capture that direction correctly and adequately, and that it's clear to both Ms. Clark and the commission. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I had one additional point, which if it comes to half a city or half a city of one half of a city versus a city, and it doesn't change the CVAP negatively, please try to go for whole cities where possible.
So where possible, keep community of interest in cities whole, as long as it doesn't impact the CVAP.
Right.
But of course,
Also,
the CVAP is more important than.
Absolutely. Also, if we do cut cities, in terms of which ones we cut, if we could make that sort of like, don't just cut out a little teeny piece of a city. Try and make if it's a half and half, try that one first.
Where possible,
Please.
where practical.
Where possible.
Yeah, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up if you don't have to cut a city, keep it whole. And also, I mean, we're giving you the discretion, and I hope you understand that means that if it's gonna look completely different than this, that's okay too, because we're just trying to do it quickly. So, yes, I would like to give Jamie that discretion as well.
Well, the direction is in this area. So within these communities that we just discussed, it may look different, but we want to get to compliance. But that is the direction, that within these parameters that you're looking at, that we get to compliant district. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just, since it wasn't in your summary, Chair, I do think
absolutely.
I heard and agree that the new VRA district we are creating should be balanced across the two counties to the extent possible. So that we should to keep sort of about half the district population in the LA County and about half of the population of this in San Bernardino County.
Thank you. And so where possible, if it is possible to do so, to shift to be as balanced as possible with the counties lines. And that was, we're giving general direction in this area right here between the county lines. Is that clear enough direction, Jamie? Do you need more specificity?
No, I understand the direction. Thank you all so much.
I just want to make sure, because you're not the only. We're also having staff take notes on the reasoning for the direction. It's not just for the line drawers; it's for our record keeping as well. Commissioner Vasquez, did you still have your hand up? Okay, doesn't look like it. So for this area that we are creating a VRA district, it will be in this specified area that we've been talking about, and we will have this back in the next day or so. For at that point, it would be minimal refinement. Thank you. And so that is the decision we made in the Antelope Valley. With that, we do need to go to the MPH district. So let's go to the MPH district. Thank you. And in the MPH district, can you go over the district, Jamie, and then Mr. Becker can go over the VRA considerations here as well. Or if you want, let's start with Mr. Becker, and then Jamie can walk us through.
Yeah, this is pretty simple. This is an area of Voting Rights Act concern where the three jingles preconditions existed. The Latino CVAP is probably on the low end of what would adequately protect Latino voters in this area under the Voting Rights Act. So I think the only consideration is can the Latino CVAP be increased? It doesn't have to be a large amount, but I think it should definitely get over 50%, perhaps even a shade higher, to adequately protect Latino voters in this area.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Jamie.
Yeah, so this includes.
And can you put the CVAP on this? The Latino heat map. Thank you. She has it up.
Yeah, so would you just like me to describe the areas that are in here?
Yes, please. And specifically potential areas that might get us to over the 50%.
Chair, can I make one more point that might be helpful here as well?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
As Ms. Clark continues. I'll just note the SECA district has, putting my glasses on, has a percentage of 58.05% Latino CVAP, which is very adequate to protect Latino voting rights under the Voting Rights Act in that area. So there might be, that's another area where if that were lowered a little bit, but it yielded a higher percentage in the MPH district, that's one possibility among probably some others.
Thank you. And Commissioner Furnishari.
I'm sorry, I thought we spent time on this yesterday and gave the line drawer specific direction to go off as homework to bring back tomorrow to figure this out for us. We were going to move Winchester and Hemet into SW, well, I have it here,
Well, let's
So
hear
we-
from,
Is there
Clark.
something different that I'm missing here?
so we're getting feedback that we need to increase the CVAP additionally. And so, and to look at that. So Clark, Jamie, do you have the instruction that we had yesterday? And can you read that out?
So I do not have that. This is Siobhan's area, and I do believe that yesterday the commission gave Siobhan direction on this area that she is working to incorporate, and we will have that tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. So, given that, and given that direction was made, I think we'll just reiterate that the direction is to get us to the VRA thresholds needed to assure that Latinos have an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice in this area. And with that, we can move to the La Habra area. I believe this is also an area we worked on yesterday that council wants us to focus on. And just clarify direction on that as well.
Hi, Chair. This is Sivan, the mapper from this region. I just wanted to come on quickly. I was listening on the live stream, so I'm like 2 minutes or so behind. But I was just wanted to confirm that I did get those directions from you all yesterday, and I do have several versions of changes that were made that I was going to present on Thursday, pursuant to the plan that was discussed. So I didn't know that we were going to be returning to this region, but I do have those changes that raised the CVAP, the Latino CVAP of MPH to above 50%, and was planning on presenting those to the commission during the meeting tomorrow.
Excellent, Savon. We look forward to that tomorrow. And I believe La Habra is also a part of your area, if I remember correctly. Orange County, or is that Jamie?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you also give us feedback on how the La Habra area is doing and going?
So that was actually an area that I was working on. So I can speak to that. We heard from council yesterday that La Habra area could be included in one of these districts with Orange County, or excuse me, with Los Angeles County. La Habra is about 13% of a assembly district in size. So still working on exactly how that will look. And if it is the commission's direction, then I can present something tomorrow with that included.
Thank you. The direction of the commission is to get these areas that are in that you just mentioned into a VRA district to ensure that they are protected and are able to elect candidates of their choice. And with that, since we've roughed out our VRA areas and have made decision points on all of these, the goal, of course, is not to make huge changes to the VRA areas, but rather to make refinements. I think we will be getting those in the next day or two for this area. We have them for the Antelope Valley. We have explored them in Orange County, and we'll have drafts hopefully tomorrow. Is that correct, Jamie and Savon? Yeah, so tomorrow, and then once we look at those, we can make further refinement as necessary. And then with that, we will be moving on to the Central Valley, the VRA districts in the Central Valley. So we do need some time for change for our line drawers to prepare for that. So let's take a 15-minute break. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, we are working on visualizations in the Central Valley, focused on the VRA districts, starting with a global overview of the VRA areas as well as our VRA considerations and requirements. So we'll start with Mr. Becker if he's on at this point.
Yeah, thanks. As we've talked about before, we have substantial Voting Rights Act concerns in this area for Latino voters. Throughout the Central Valley and into San Benito County, we have seen Latino voters that are large enough and geographically compact enough to form majorities in districts, and racially polarized voting between Latinos and non-Latinos sufficient to invoke Voting Rights Act protections. And here we've got several districts that are designed to protect Latino voters' latitude to continue to elect candidates of their choice. And they range, excuse me, from a high of 57.23% Latino CVAP in the West Bakersfield District to 50.94% in the Merced Fresno area. I should also say we do see some cohesion in some of these areas between particularly Black voters and Latino voters.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. And this is an area where we've received significant community input, significant comments and testimony from the public in specific to our VRA districts in the Bakersfield, Kings, Merced, and San Benito areas. Actually, we've received significant testimony on all of these areas, and it's an area that certainly deserves and merits our attention. And with that, we will go to Ms. Kennedy so she can give us an overview of the districts, where we are now, and some of the work, some of the potential areas we might move into. So if you can just give an overview of the VRA districts.
Yes, so starting with West Bakersfield, I'm going to zoom in a bit closer to that. We have a bit of concern last time we met was in this area of Bakersfield by the old stock, old country club areas. And so possibly looking to move some of this out of there is where we looked at last. We still have Benton Park, La Cresta, Hillcrest, down to Arvin, those communities of interest all kept together. And then moving north into Kern County, we also have Wasco, McFarland, Delano, all together. And then this hits a line at the county lines between Kern, Kings, and Tulare, and then moving north into the Kings and Tulare district, we have Kings kept whole. And then in moving into the county of Tulare, we have carved out population in the northeastern part of Visalia, and we took in Farmersville and the entirety of Tulare as well. And then moving north, it takes a bit into Fresno County, and we have Kingsburg and Reedley a part of this as well. And then continuing to move more north into Fresno, we have the city of Fresno that goes up to Old Fig Garden, and we take Mayfair, we kept Sunnyside and Sanger together, Fowler, Selma as well. And then moving into Merced Fresno, we have the western part of Fresno County, along with Madera County, the city of Madera, Madera Acres, up to Fairmead and Chowchilla. And then we have almost all of Merced, but we do have a line that excludes Delhi, Balico, Cressy, Snelling, Hillmar, Irwin as well, but Livingston and Winton South are a part of it. And then moving a bit more west, we have San Benito and the Salinas Valley, and it goes into a bit of Santa Cruz County and Santa Clara as well. And you can see in Santa Clara, San Martin and Gilroy are taken in as well. Watsonville to Corralitos in Santa Cruz County. And that is a general overview of what these districts include as far as counties and cities go.
Thank you so much. At this point, we are doing. At this point, we're looking at the. Let's start with the southern portion of these districts. Let's start with the Bakersfield District. So I will ask commissioners, in general, is this just like for Los Angeles, our focus here is not so much on the community of interest, but more on compliance with the VRA district. And so VRA requirements and making sure that the VRA requirements are met. And we've received significant testimony from communities in the Central Valley in asking us to ensure that our CVAP levels are at are sufficient to meet the ability to allow Latinos to be able to vote for candidates of their choice. So with that in mind, thinking about making sure that these districts meet the compliance requirements, I would like direction, if there is any, from commissioners. Ms. Fernandez, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the Bakersfield, I do believe the CVAP member is good. I did have some information on that, but it looks like, based on the feedback, and I apologize, I didn't realize we were going to go through the Central Valley. But as Kennedy mentioned, the feedback has been in terms of removing Oildale, Stockdale, and Rosedale, but it looks like Oildale's already out. And the one district, VRA district, that I would like to see us try to get additional CVAP would be the Merced Fresno, because I think that one's like just at 50%. So when we get to that, then maybe we can discuss it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes. So Kennedy, you had mentioned one of the country club neighborhoods, and I think it was Old Stockdale. That's probably already out, but there are others that we were in the middle of working on that we never completed. I'm wondering if this is the best time to work on that, or whether that kind of detail work should be left for later. I have census tract numbers. I don't know if you're able to reference areas by that, or whether we should work that out differently.
Perhaps if we give the general direction to, and Kennedy can work on this offline, but if the general direction is given, so that she has the information and it's in the public record. If you have specific, go ahead, Kennedy.
I was just going to say I can do that. I can handle that over the break with that information given to me with the track numbers.
Why don't I go ahead and read them off then for the
Yes.
public record then? Okay.
Yes.
Some of these may already be out. I would have to double check that, but the numbers are 32.21, 32.12, 28.11, 28.22, 28.23, 28.18, 28.07, that's the old Stockdale one, 28.04, and then the Bakersfield Country Club, which I don't have a number for.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
all.
Kennedy, or Commissioner Yee, sorry. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to is, Kennedy, did you have a chance to, I mean, I didn't know if offline you had a chance to look at this at all and had an idea of what the COI, I mean, So Commissioner Yee gave you the numbers, but did you kind of where the line would be or something? Do you have kind of an idea for us? Or
I have
would-
a general, I don't have
Okay.
shape files up right now, but a general line would be still keeping Benton, Parkwood, Old Stein, and kind of going down this way. It would be removing more of this area farther west of Old Sockdale and kind of down this line here from Old Stein down is a general area.
And Kennedy, it
you.
would be helpful if you could overlay the Latino CVAP, just so we can see. I know that slows down the program, but if you can just provide it so that we can take a look at it as we're looking at this area. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to, I don't know the census tract numbers, but I just wanted to, Kennedy, I think some of the previous discussion where we may have failed to give direction, there were 2 country clubs up in that area. There was the one that was mentioned, and I think there was the second one. I'm wondering if that it was some of the census tract that was given. And then also the west part of the area that you're, that we're talking about removing, what's in that area?
So this is the city of Bakersfield. There's Pumpkin Center that's here, and Greenfield, Old Stein, Old Stockdale. But other than that, there aren't any other CDPs or cities in this
So this is,
area.
okay.
This is the city of Bakersfield.
So the consideration is separating Bakersfield from Easton?
It's so I'll zoom out a bit farther so you can see that.
Okay.
This scoop dollop, whatever you all like to call this, comes in, and there's other cities and CDPs that are within the city of Bakersfield.
I see.
So it would just be separating more of the city of Bakersfield from this part that is more in the center.
Okay.
This is still all the city of Bakersfield that goes around this outline that I'm following.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner, did you have follow-up or?
No, I don't have a follow-up right now.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
This is a follow-up. Just for our general purposes, so we have an idea where we're going with that, could you just highlight that chunk and see, so what is the population there? What's the CVAP in it? And, like if you were pretending to take it out, we could have the differences.
Yes, and I would say, I will highlight that now, and I will say it would most likely lead to including Shafter into this. It's not already there in there, but I will do that.
Oh,
Show
I
you
see.
what it would do to take this out.
Yeah, thank you.
So maybe we can look at the population numbers now, and then once we have those numbers, we'll take a break for lunch, and once we have those numbers, we'll be able to think through some of the changes that it'll give the commission time to think through some potential changes for this area.
And could you lower the box so we can see what the CVAP is? Thank you.
Can we also look at the Kennedy, at the African American and other CVAP? Can you just read it off? It's a little hard to see. Thank you.
Yes.
For African American,
So-
Asian, and Latino.
Yes, so Latino CVAP for West Bakersfield with this highlighted chunk is 62.96%. So that's with this chunk taken out. And then Black CVAP is 8.26%. Then we have Asian CVAP at 4.21%, Indigenous CVAP at 0.82%, and then white CVAP at 22.97%.
And deviation, we still would.
Deviation, it does become an issue. We have Tulare Kern at 17.25 and West Bakersfield at negative 15.27. And that's when I was talking about the possibility of putting in that Shafter portion. That's what's in there in the congressional version as well. But that is something to look at.
So we're looking for about 80,000 population at this point. Is that correct?
About, yes. And over the break, I can refine that into the specific blocks and look at the shape files as well to make sure that we have the correct line, but this is a general area of that.
Appreciate your hard work on this. Thank you. Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you very much, Kennedy. That's perfect. And when you're saying you might add Shafter, I'm assuming that might probably not be the entire city, or I don't know, but that's Smith Corner, Mexican Colony. I'm assuming that is not part of Shafter, but that is what you would be adding.
I experiment with adding all of it or just this part. I can try to put all of Shafter in to see what that would do as well. And still try to maintain a CVAP of around 57%.
Right. I'm just thinking in terms of if we have overpopulation this one, maybe you could shift it up for the 50 Stannis Frez. So that's where I'm going with my thinking there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I've done additional reading on that part of Shafter and community input as well. I think it's okay to split that piece. It technically is part of Shafter. They pay city taxes to the city of Shafter, I believe, but given the history of racial discrimination in that particular portion of the city, I'd be okay moving that portion into the VRA district.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sinai.
So why are we doing all of this if the VRA district it was over and it feels like we're going more over on the Latino CVAP?
We're working on creating a compliant district that meets all of our requirements. Commissioner Yee, did you have additional feedback on that?
Right. It's a matter of opinion, but we have gotten input that even though it was at 57, that even higher may be more desirable. And so that's what we're trying to do.
So we are hearing from community groups that the VRA district in this area would be, that Latinos would have a better opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice if the CVAP were higher. And we're exploring possibilities. There may not be a way to do that and balance all the COIs and all the other information that we've already incorporated, but we're exploring at this point. Thank you. So with that, let's give Kennedy some time to work through some of these scenarios and see if she is able to get us to a district that has that meets all the requirements as given through direction, and we will come back after the lunch break. Thank you. So we are in recess for lunch.
I love
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are focused on visualizations in the Central Valley at this point. We do have a map that is presented. And Kennedy, can you walk us through some of the changes you were able to work through over the break?
I sure can. So let's start. Let me zoom in here. Yeah. Okay. So I am going to put on the old lines just so you can see what changes I made. Using the information you gave me and digging up shape files that were sent in, I used that COI testimony to refine the line here in Bakersfield. And I'm going to turn on the old district so you can see the differences. So about in that same area that I had predicted, plus a little bit more. So before it stretched out here, did a loop around Old Stockdale, went out into more Western Bakersfield. There were some changes along this line here as well, and a little bit above Bakersfield Country Club. And here in River Grove and Goodmanville, it was out there, and we refined that a little bit more and took it in. And again, Shafter was not included before, but I went ahead and put it all in there because with it in there, I was able to balance Tulare Kern to a 4.24 and Bakersfield to a negative 2.27 and brought the CVAP to 61.1%, still including all of Shafter. And I'll turn off the old lines, or I can switch however you'd like, but this is what the new version looks like. And let me just turn on the old version. Again, it went further out here, so we kind of took that off and pinched in around the sides here as well, and then took in all of Shafter. And we went from a 57.23% to a now 61.1% Latino CVAP. And I balanced it here with a 4.24 and a negative 2.27.
Thank you so much. Can we put the heat map on, and also can we look at the CVAPs for the other ethnicities as well, in addition to Latino?
Yes, one moment. So I have this, would you like me to just put it on the label or read it off of the pending changes window? What would you?
If you can read it off.
Yes, so again, for Latino CVAP, we're at 61.1%. Black CVAP is at 7.92%. Asian CVAP is at 4.38%. Indigenous CVAP at 0.78%. And white CVAP at 24.98%.
Thank you. Any comments from the commission? Commissioner Turner.
Kennedy, what was the previous black CVAP?
Let me pull that up, one moment. So I'm just going in and changing those labels on all of them so we can see.
It was 57.23 if memory serves.
The black CVAP was?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Latino, my fault.
So black CVAP was at 8.16%.
Did you say 3.16%?
8.
Oh, 8.16.
Yeah.
8.16, and now it's 7 point.
Yes, it dropped to 7 point, one moment. Changes window went away. And now it is at a 7.92.
Thank you. Do we know where the drop came from?
I'm not entirely sure where the drop came from, but I would assume, just the areas that we took out, probably in Bakersfield here, we took out quite a large chunk here, and possibly adding in Shafter, I'm not entirely sure, but those are the changes that we made that would have that effect.
I'm going to call some cities out. The map's jumping around a little bit, and then let me know if they're in or out. So that some of those areas were south, was Benton, and I see that. Benton, Cottonwood. Yep, still there. La Cresta. And East Niles, Edison. I don't know where it is then.
Commissioner Fernandez has her hand up.
My only
think we can go
comment was
after that.
going to be that it's possible that the number of the black population didn't go down. It's just that the Latino went up, so the percentage-wise, then the black percentage goes down. Does that make sense? In my head, it makes sense, but it's hard to say, right? Unless we actually see the black heat map, which might be helpful.
So let's see the black CVAP in the meantime. Let's hear from Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I did read a comment there was about 3 or 4 comments about Benton Park and about an area slightly north of Benton Park has I guess a African American community. Sorry.
And is La Cresta, oh, sorry.
La Cresta is not split, it is in there.
What's south of La Cresta? What's that carve out, that area in there?
Sorry, 1 second, I will zoom in closer. I'm working on putting the black CVAP map up. 1 moment.
Ms. Anderson, or Commissioner Anderson? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if, because percentages are deceiving, if we could just see the total number of the Black population in the differences, because if you add a lot more people in just one race, percentages will obviously go down. I don't know if that's, in your total, if it has the actual population numbers or if it only has percentages.
Commissioner Turner.
Do you mean? Oh.
And then,
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like right underneath that line that's drawn there. And I'm not sure, again, what that area is, but I do see some Black population there, right again south of La Cresta. Oh, yeah, right there, that line maybe to the west.
what communities are there, Kennedy?
I am not seeing any other cities. There's La Cresta, East Bakersfield, Byatt, Hillcrest, Potomac Park, Casa Loma, Benton Park are all around it, but this is the city of Bakersfield.
So
I can try adding that back in if you would like.
no, just maybe, Chair, may I? At the, right where the let's see which way this line goes. Maybe if we just play with some of the census blocks there where the Black population is to keep them.
I can also work on something like that offline as well.
Yep, that would be great.
Great. So with that, is the commission comfortable with this map as it looks at this point? With changes to be made around the area that we're looking at this point? La Cresta area. Okay, so let's move on to the next map, next VRA map. So going north.
Sorry, did Commissioner Yee have a hand up?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, just wondering if we might think about moving some population out of Tulare Kern. 4.24 is okay, but a little high, especially when we've got a negative 2.27 in West Bakersfield. So I know I don't know, Kennedy, if there's any particular neighborhoods or parts that come to mind easily that might move over and make sense.
I can take a look at that offline.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next VRA district. Any comments on this district? Any potential changes here? Commissioner Anderson.
Excuse me. I believe we heard that we should be in the city of Visalia, that there are population there, excuse me, which should be added to Kings Tulare. If someone else had that actual info.
Any feedback from the commission in terms of what parts of Visalia or Kenny? Do you have any suggestions on what parts of Visalia might be added to this district and not impact the CVAP?
That is just as a reminder of what we did last time. I can
Thank
go
you.
ahead and turn that.
Let's do that. Why don't you give us a reminder of what you did last time, where we're at now, and any potential opportunities or challenges that might arise.
So Visalia was a city that you looked at keeping whole, or what parts to cut out and how much we can keep, but we saw, I can go ahead and turn that heat map on again as well, but a population that you wanted to preserve here in this northeastern part in Visalia and keeping it in the VRA district, and the rest of Visalia did not match with that vision. And that is why we chose to make it this way last time, looking at those and factoring that in.
And I want to appreciate that.
Thank you.
That reminder. We have been receiving community of input, telling us all sorts of, providing us with insightful information. And as we go through this, we're really looking at this from a VRA compliance standpoint. And if possible, we're also keeping communities of interest whole. With that in mind, any additional review, or are we, for the most part, comfortable with this district? Hearing no comments, we have a question from the court reporter and then from Commissioner Yee. Court reporter, do you have a question? Okay, Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with this district. Just to confirm, King County is whole here?
Correct. Kings County is whole.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I am comfortable with this district as well. Commissioner Anderson.
Just one thought. We do like this, but remember how we were talking about West Bakersfield is now at 61.1? And I believe we're trying to get up to our area, which is only at 50, Merced, Fresno. I don't know if playing with shifting a little bit of population from West Bakersfield to Kings Tulare to have its CVAP go up higher and then ultimately shifting that north. I don't know if that's something that the commission wants to explore. But I know that we're looking for where we get increase the CVAP for the Merced, Fresno.
Thank you. And Mr. Becker.
I just wanted to chime in. I think that's a really good idea that Commissioner Anderson just raised. The 50.94% is on the low end, so it's I can't say definitively it's too low right now, but it's definitely on the low end. Whereas the Benito district next to it is, I think, comfortably protecting Latino voting rights, consistent with the Voting Rights Act. I think the Fresno district is likely, and the Kings Tulare district currently are also likely where in a comfortable range of protecting Latino voting rights under the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you. So the thought process is to shift some population north at this point. Let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll go back to that thought.
Thank you, Chair. We are receiving feedback in real time to what we're doing, so I wanted to ask Kennedy if we could just zoom in a little bit around Selma and Reedley to understand where the line goes. Okay.
Yes, so we have Reedley and Kingsburg, a part of Kings Tulare, and then Selma and Parlier are going north into the Fresno district.
Okay, so we've just received a recommendation to move Parlier into Kings Tulare, and I wondered what the impact of that would be. Thank you.
Kennedy, can you look at that area and try to incorporate it and see what the impact would be? It looks like Kennedy is frozen. So while she's unfreezing, and 'cause I think she's having some technical difficulties. Hi, Kennedy.
Hello, I am back.
There you
On
go.
for share. Okay. So last I heard was exploring Parlier back into Kings Tulare, but I didn't hear whatever else you had said to me.
So if you could highlight that area, and so that we can consider the possibility of adding it back.
I can do one moment. So in doing so, that is
Okay, she's freezing. Can you read out the CVAPs?
Okay, so it looks
Yeah,
like
the deviations.
by doing so, the Kings Tulare. Oh, are you back, Kennedy? You
Yes.
froze. You froze on. I was actually going to be Kennedy for like 2 seconds. I was very excited, but you can be Kennedy.
My apologies, I don't know where we left off, but I was going to say that Latino CVAP for Kings Tulare is at a 54.5, so it jumped about 1%, less than 1%, and then Fresno goes down to a 52.23 from a 53.13. And the deviations in Kings Tulare rises to a 5.26, which I was saying puts it in a space to give away population, and Fresno goes to a negative 1.06% deviation.
So Fresno would go down in Latino CVAP. Director or Mr. Becker.
Kennedy, can you enlarge that box so we can see the other CVAPs in that district?
Yes, so for the black CVAP for the Kings area, what's being added in is a 3.01 and Fresno is at a 7.86. And then for Asian CVAP for Kings Tulare is a 4.21, Fresno is 11.29, Indigenous for Kings Tulare is 1.33, Fresno 1.18, and this is all percents, my apologies. And white CVAP is 3.48 for Kings Tulare percent, and then 26.74% for Fresno.
I'll just advise, I mean, this is nearly a full percentage point drop of Latino CVAP in the Fresno district. I'm not saying that this can't be done and this would pose a problem for sure. It just gets into a little more of a gray area.
So let's hold off on this right now until we can find other solutions that may make it possible. Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Fornashari.
Thank you, Chair. The other part of the recommendation, which I did not mention the first time around, was to move Riverdale and some of that far western part into Merced Fresno district. So I don't know whether that would help or hurt, but the idea was that that would at least help with the deviation, if not with the CVAP as well. Thank you.
So let's put up the heat map on, because maybe the heat map might give us a hint as to whether it'll help or hurt. In the meantime, let's if you could do that, Kennedy, that'd be helpful. And let's hear from Commissioner Fornashari, and we'll come back to this in a second.
Yeah, just kind of generally, I was going to say we need to move population sort of at this point west. Probably try to move population west to build up the CVAP in Merced Fresno.
Absolutely.
And that was this kind of consistent with the suggestion there. So
great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, do you have direction on where to add population to the west? I'm trying to remember what your direction was.
Well, it was the recommendation or suggestion was to move Riverdale from Fresno to Merced Fresno. And as far as a specific location, perhaps taking that line coming south from Carruthers and just extending it straight down to the Kings County line. I don't know the area specifically.
And adding that to Kings Tulare or to Merced Fresno?
To Merced Fresno.
Okay, I will, if that is direction.
Let's highlight it and see what the impact would be.
Okay. So there is a population of 5,519 people. The CVAP actually stays the same for Merced Fresno, but Fresno, it goes up to 53.15. And for Merced Fresno, it stays at 50.94. So for Fresno, it goes up 0.02%. And then for Merced Fresno, it stays the same.
Okay.
And the, change is are the deviations. So we go from 1.92% to a 0.8% in Fresno. And then the deviation for Merced Fresno goes from a 2.45 to 3.56.
Any concern with accepting this this change? Any opposition to it?
I don't think it helps.
Commissioner Fornashari doesn't believe it helps. Any other comments? All right, so we'll not make the change at this point. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have follow-up? Or Commissioner Fernandez, will go to you.
Actually, I wanted to zoom out a little bit because I feel like we need to go to the district east and then push, because that's the one that's over, I think, right? The Tulare Kern. And I'm just wondering if we have to push the population that way. I'm not sure.
So I think you're right. I think we need to push population towards the west and do it in a way that also protects the CVAPs at where they are or increases them. Do we have any specific direction around that? Commissioner Fornashari, I believe you had brought this up a couple minutes ago.
I'm sorry, Kennedy. Can you zoom into like that by say? Yeah, thank you so much.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Becker to also chime in here.
Yeah, I don't want to. I was going to ask to zoom out, but don't do that because that would get everyone confused after you zoomed in. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the district immediately to the east of Tulare Kern is significantly underpopulated, even beyond the legal limit, which Tulare Kern is still in. So before making any decisions about Tulare Kern, you'd probably want to zoom out and just make sure I'm right about that, because that would be an easier fix, and you're going to need to find some population I think it's the VVHD district. Yeah, see that, which is currently a -5. Is it 5.37? Yeah.
Correct.
So that's a natural place where there could be an exchange of populations that could solve two problems that wouldn't impact the VRA areas.
Yeah, Commissioner Fornashari.
That's the district they're in the middle of working on. And, we talked about doing the swap within the two districts. And Tehachapi and those cities were in those two districts previously. So I would expect that those might go back, and that would lower the Tulare Kern and raise the VVHD.
That is my understanding as well. All right, so let's go back to the Central Valley. Recognizing that if there's any need for additional population, we will have to do refinements later, but I do know that our line drawers are considering those changes. All right, so pushing population westward. Any thoughts on that, Commissioner Fornashari, since you brought it up last time?
Well, I was going to do what Commissioner Kennedy suggested, but if you scroll up towards Fresno, it seems like maybe around West Park there might be some higher density, maybe not, but that might be a place to look to pull some folks in.
And if we don't have specifics, we can also give general direction to
that would
the
probably
line
be better.
drawers and have them work on it afterwards. So if there's not specific, and this is why I'm looking for specific feedback from the commission. If there's not, we can give general direction to the line drawers. We're all pretty much in consensus. We want the districts to look like this for the most part. We're just making minor refinements at this point to push population. Let's see. I think we've heard from Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa and then Sinai.
Wait, so not me?
Thank
No.
you.
Oh, I thought you were.
Oh,
So I believe Commissioner Fernandez had a comment. Then we'll go to Kutagawa.
Yeah, my comment was going to be to give direction to the line drawer, but to obviously be very cautious of that 50.94 to try to move that up, and then try to push the population from east to west. That was going to be but to maintain at least the CVAP that we have now, for the Latino CVAP in Kings, Tulare, and Fresno, and then increase the one in Merced, Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that's the direction we'll move in, but let's hear from Kutagawa and Sinai. And Anderson.
yeah. So I just going back to what Commissioner Kennedy had asked about moving Parlier into the Kings Tulare and then moving Riverdale into the Merced Fresno. Can you just remind me what was the impact to the Latino CVAP again after you did that?
The impact
Did it change?
It did change, and that's when it changed in a manner that we did not want to move in.
But
reduce
with
the
the
CVAP.
but when Riverdale was moved out, it increased the CVAP.
Slightly.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking is also because perhaps pushing that west, I know the Merced Fresno district is larger. I wanted to also look at that San Benito area, and if we could just also blow it up, I guess, or just zoom in, not blow it up, but zoom in, because that would mean moving perhaps some of the Merced Fresno district into San Benito. And since San Benito is slightly underpopulated, there was some comments about, I think there was some cities that they felt should be included in that San Benito district. And I'm not sure if that's reflected or not, and if that would also, if that might reduce some of the CVAP there, but also help up the Merced Fresno Latino CVAP as well too. And then separately in that Fresno district that we're talking about, I know that we got a lot of testimony about the Punjabi community. They called it the Central United Community, and I'm wondering if making sure that they're also included in this district will also help up the Latino CVAP in the sense that there's a lot of just intermingling amongst all of the different various communities in the Fresno area.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Let's go to Commissioner Sinai.
First, I wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Kutagawa just said. We know, earlier we had heard from Commissioner Sadwani that she thought for Stanislaus Fresno that there would be that crossover voting from the black vote. But do we know in this area, in this region, if there is Asian crossover voting? Can our council let us know?
Mr. Becker, do you have any guidance on crossover voting in this area?
So what we found is, unlike in Southern California, there is a degree of Asian cohesion with Latino voters. It is not as high and consistent as black voters are cohesive with Latino voters in this area, but unlike Southern California, where we see much more cohesion between the Asian and white communities, there is some Asian cohesion with Latino and black voters in this area, according to our analysis. All that said, I still think the Merced Fresno district here is on the lower end. It may not be significantly possible to increase it, and that's just the way it would be given where populations happen to reside. But I do think this is an area where, if possible, boosting it a slight amount would likely create a slightly more of a safety net for VRA compliance.
Okay.
Do you have any guidance on where, or recommendations, having looked at this area so carefully, that you might give to the commission?
So I think there are two ways to do it. Commissioner Anderson suggested one, which would be to kind of move population, shift some Latino population up from, I forget what it was called, the West Bakersfield District, into Kings Tulare, and then make a commensurate shift of population from Kings Tulare into Merced Fresno, with the goal of keeping Kings Tulare roughly where it is now and maybe boosting Merced Fresno a little bit. Another possibility would be to try to add some population from the Benito district. Mm-hmm. Those seem to me to be the most likely possibilities. Neither one is necessarily an easy fix with these maps, but Benito is at a comfortable percentage right now. West Bakersfield is at a comfortable percentage right now. I believe Kings Tulare and Fresno are at percentages that likely adequately protect the Latino populations there.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, Anderson, Fornashari, Turner.
So we've gotten conflicting testimony about Old Fig Garden, and then it gets complicated also because there's a Fig Garden loop, and so Old Fig Garden. This is one of the areas where we wanted to increase the CVAP for Latinos, and but I'd like to have a conversation because Old Fig Garden is a traditionally black community, and therefore, because there's crossover voting, that should be okay. But we have heard from the Latino community asking to take Old Fig Garden out, but making sure that we have Fig Garden Loop in. And then we've heard from the black community asking us to keep it in. And so I just, I wanted to, this goes back to the question about the CVAP and the crossover voting.
Thank you. And I think, thank you. And I think our focus here is to really make sure that the districts have the CVAPs necessary to ensure compliance, and to as practicable and possible, we will certainly try to keep all CVAPs identified together. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. I had two issues, and one was we did a lot of input on Fresno in terms of if we take that out, we'll increase the CDAP. I believe that was exactly what Commissioner Sinai was just saying, but I didn't know if there were some others. And if Kennedy, if you remember, or people remember, similar how we did the country clubs down around Bakersfield, were there any areas like that around in the Fresno area which would increase it? That also then might benefit Merced Fresno. That was one question.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And we are looking to shift population up to get to prop up the district that needs a little bit, if possible, additional CVAP. Commissioner Fornashari?
Wait, well, I'm sorry, because my other question is, instead of going to San Benito, we do have areas in Madera. And I know we were playing around with that, but population, I'm just wondering have the line drawers already pursued, in that area? And actually, if you just go out a little bit further, because, we're saying move the population from the east west and see if that increases anything.
My understanding is we have done some visualizations with the Madera area, and so there has been some but it's something that we should look at as well. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, with regard to San Benito, if you can scroll over there for me, Kennedy, please. The challenge with San Benito when it comes to Merced Fresno in this context is that the population of San Benito is almost exclusively in Hollister and to the west. So in order to pull adequate population to bump the CVAP, you've got all this area in the middle it's all white because there's very little population there, but that's going to be a tough, heavy lift, I think, to go in that direction. And then regards to Commissioner Kutagawa's question about feedback we've gotten about including other cities, those other cities are down to the southwest of that district, around Greenfield, King City, maybe a little further south. And I was going to ask Kennedy to take a look at that too when we get there.
Great. And Commissioner Turner, and then we will look at potential opportunity and hopefully come to a decision on how we're going to try to get the population to where it needs to be.
Yeah, there was direction a minute ago when we went back to Bakersfield to shift up, and I just wanted to give some census block information that we received through COI testimony that should not be included in any VRA district. So when we're looking to shift that, if we could, I'm going to list off some areas to make sure that we do not include them in the VRA district, and it's 32.21, 3212, 2811, 2822, 2823, 2818, 2807, and 2804. So we do not include those in the VRA districts as we're looking to shift up. Then I wanted to move back to the area with that old fig garden and the fig garden loop, and just ask that you zoom in. Let me look at that, please. Because there is conflicting testimony there shared by Commissioner Sinai, and trying to see if anything. So if you would circle the difference of the old fig garden loop as opposed to old fig garden, can we identify that?
If it's okay to turn off the block level, it might be easier to see underneath. So using this layer, old fig garden loop
There it is.
slightly more. So circling old fig garden loop and then old fig garden here.
Okay. So Fresno Coy's a fig garden loop is split, it says. Okay, I see it. Okay. So if there's a way we can at least keep Old Fig Garden Loop together as we're trying to do our CVA, our VRA districts, Old Fig Garden, and that's north of Shaw up to Bullard Avenue, and try to have it not paired with Clovis.
So,
Maybe put it
and
into, yeah, into Merced.
I was gonna
Fresno.
say this here is Bullard Avenue. So I'll zoom in a little closer. Shaw is right here and it goes up to Bullard Avenue.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if there's a difference between the base map that we have, but Shaw up to Bullard is included here. It stops at Bullard, which is right here, and then Shaw is this one that I'm circling.
Okay, Bullard is good, and then maybe include. Oh Lord Jesus.
Right above it, there's like that, what makes that loop is West Fig Garden Drive here. But Bullard, where it's cut, where it looks
I
cut in
see.
between that, it is, this is Bullard, West Bullard Avenue.
Okay. Old Fig Garden, north of Shaw, up the, and then the College Koi, okay, I got it. So West Park and College, and then West Park is where?
West Park is further south here.
Okay, and we have that included?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. It's an idea. I really appreciate all the stuff that we're all trying to find out. Here's a different idea in terms of increasing the CVAP. And it's actually over the San Benito side, if we can kind of have a look. This is for the Merced Fresno I'm considering here.
It sounds like we have, at this point, two options, right? It's the San Benito option that you're exploring now, and then...
No, this is something different. I'm
Okay.
saying just add portions of the Merced Fresno, the western portion of Merced Fresno, which is basically white. Now, I don't know if there's any population in it. If it's still in the terrain level, throw it into San Benito County and see what that does. Basically take out white population.
Sorry, was that direction to draw?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to actually shift the county the line, instead of being on the county, shift it into the area where, and you can see it's sort of all terrain. I don't know if there's any people in it, but it might help enough. It might be enough to help. You might not have census blocks done that way, so.
Okay, let's look at that, but Commissioner Turner?
It just looked like it was cutting in too far, but let's wait and see what it looks like.
We can take a look, and in the meantime, we can have conversation while that's happening. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, we'll look at this, but my only concern right now is that this will potentially then reduce the Latino CVAP in Benito. And I wouldn't necessarily want to do that, because they keep saying that we need a higher percentage.
But I was thinking we might be able to grab
Mr. Becker, do you have
some
any
solar
suggestions here?
I think the Benito district is, has some flexibility there, and I think this is a good idea that's possibly worth exploring, particularly since Benito is slightly underpopulated and Merced Fresno is slightly overpopulated.
Great, let's explore it. Any other
Surround the-
conversation? Oh, sorry, Kennedy, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just going to ask if I was going around the general direction, if you wanted it to go more south. I was just picking up the white that was right across in Fresno, but wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was thinking that in Fresno, but also in that little bit in Merced. You know, essentially trying to stick with the areas that do not have Latino voters, or according to the CVAP.
So far, this is only 258 people that have been elected.
Small mountains.
Nope, I mean, there are no people.
If I may, maybe that area just south of the Merced Fresno County line, that right next, yeah, that area there, maybe increase that a little bit. Got it up to 351.
Or
$500.
even going south on the mountains, yeah, exactly in that area, around Coalinga. Well,
It's so few people that I'm not seeing a change in CVAP in the.
It was a good idea worth
Fresno.
exploring, but it seems to be having virtually no effect on the overall percentages of either district.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's enough population there, Commissioner Anderson, but thank you for the idea. Any other, I believe the other option was to shift population up, because there really was only two. One from San Benito into this area, the other is from the Bakersfield area up.
And if that is, or I'm not sure, was that direction to me?
No, so that's
Okay.
those are the two concepts that we had talked about. It's not direction at this point, but it's the two areas where we might be able to shift population up to the is it the Merced Fresno area that needs additional, if possible, trying to increase that CVAP. So if any commissioner has any direct guidance, direction for the line drawer. If not, we can give general direction and keep moving forward. Mr. Becker.
Yeah, I was going to suggest some general direction here. I also want to make clear, I'm not suggesting that 50.94% here is a big red flag. It's more of an area that if it's possible to improve, would be good to improve to get into a better position. So this is not an area where sirens are going off, but it's an area where I appreciate all of the effort to try to improve the percentage a little bit.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Akutagawa.
Going back to the fig loop, fig garden loop. One of the recommendations to be able to keep the fig loop all together was to use, instead of the one road, is to use the river. I think is it the Kings River? Where's it? So it's still not going to the north of that. I know. And what river is above it? Where it says the Consulate of Mexico. Is there another? Is that a river or is that?
Here's the county.
Okay, and then San Juan. Okay. But the San Juan River states, but there's no San Juan River up there.
Not that I am seeing.
Okay.
Commissioner Turner, were you talking about this general area as well? Your comment?
I was, Kennedy, if we follow Bullard all the way across, what's in the area? Is that an area we previously excluded?
Previously, it was more so about kind of keeping populations. And so we rose to East Bullard to keep more of the Hmong and Sikh communities together, because before it was just at Shaw. So that's kind of why those rose and took up to East Bullard, because previously it was at Shaw. And it never did go all the way across of East Bullard.
So can we explore, can we look and see if that helps?
Yeah, let's explore and see if that helps.
And I put the heat map back on as well, and I will try that.
So we're trying to get that.
Commissioner Kutagawa, while we're doing that, let's, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. Sorry, I'm just kind of like not remembering everything again now. If we were to, I believe, I thought I had heard from Mr. Becker that the San Benito district number, the CVAP was comfortable enough. And perhaps, I don't know if I'm putting words into his mouth, that maybe it could go a little lower. I'm just thinking that instead of Merced Fresno going west or giving up, I guess, population to San Benito, what if we were to take some part of San Benito and put it into Merced Fresno? I know it's already overpopulated, but to bring up the Latino CVAP, would that help? And I can't remember if we already discussed that. I think there's been so much that now I just need a reminder. Thank you.
I think we have. I think we have. And if you have any direction on that, let's go to this and then we come back to that after.
So with this, it does raise the deviation of Fresno and it drops the CVAP going across East Bullard. So we go from a 53.13 to a 52.04, and
so
we're
we'll drop
above
it.
deviation.
Thank you, Kennedy.
Thanks for exploring that. We did get feedback back to Commissioner Sinai's comments. We did get feedback that Old Fig Garden should not be in a VRA district. And I just wanted to, can you look at the impact of having it out of the district, and then we can talk about it?
Yes, and that is, again, from a previous
It is
iteration.
from a previous iteration.
But it was, it does help to raise the CVAP. I will put that up now.
And then while we're looking at that, let's have the conversation around whether it makes sense to keep it or to explore other options, or to keep portions of it. I believe the feedback we got was specific to some neighborhoods in the Old Fig Garden.
So I slightly smoothed out the line and put it in there. There's of 5,577. For Fresno, it puts the deviation at 0.79%, and it raises the CVAP, but only slightly, from a 53.13 to a 53.52%.
And are you saying it doesn't help with deviation either?
No, it does help to bring down the deviation. We moved from 1.92% to, with this change, is 0.79%. However, it does bring the Calaveras Inyo to 5.11%.
Where we do need population at some point, right? Because we're anyway.
If you're planning to shift things,
If we're
moving
shifting
them.
population up, it will make sense to, because the goal is to shift populations westward and upward. Okay, any other comments on here? Can we see the black CVAP in this area? And then we'll hear from Commissioner Yee.
Yes, so the percent black CVAP with this selection here is 7.75%.
Does it go down or up with, what's the change?
That's a slight increase, if my memory serves. I think it was around 7.13 or so. Is that right, Kennedy?
So taking it out increases the black CVAP.
One moment.
No, I'm seeing actually 7.71. It's about the same.
So it doesn't change the black CVAP any. Can we see the black CVAP, the heat map?
Yes, one moment, please.
And while we're waiting, let's hear Commissioner Yee. Sorry, Commissioner Yee, I forgot.
No problem. I was just going to say, I like this change. I think we should go forward with it.
Oh, thank you. This is the African American CVAP.
No, one more,
okay, thank
one
you.
more second. Now it is up. My apologies for that. Waiting.
That's great. And can you zoom in a little bit so we can all see the neighborhoods?
So we don't have a neighborhood layer for this area as we do for like San Francisco and LA, but I can also turn on the terrain map if that would help as well to kind of
Yeah, if
see.
you could do the terrain or the So it looks like the African American community is centered around the left, the western portion of this area. Is there any way to see where Shaw is?
So Shaw is the line that it is currently going across the top is the line of Shaw. I have to switch the layers to make sure that it's just above each other so that you can see them both.
Can you zoom in a little bit more so we can see a little bit closer? Our screens are, or my eyes are not as good as they used to be.
Yes, I can continue to zoom in. So you can see major streets. Ashland Avenue is right where my cursor is going across. And then Shaw is at the top. Those are two big street names that we've heard of. So here, Shaw again, and then Ashland about 2/3 of the way down, or 1/3 of the way down.
And the black CVAP is, or the black CVAP, can you show us right there?
Yes. So the way that the layers stack on top of each other, it's not transparent. So it does not show through, but actually give me one more moment to try. So I changed the opacity, but it is hard to see the colors underneath of this. I can exit the selection as well.
No, I can see it. I don't
Okay.
know if other commissioners can, but I can make it out barely, but any direction on this, commission or feedback, Commissioner, Commissioners, Commissioner Yee, Anderson?
Yeah, I don't know about the exact boundaries. I know we did receive COI testimony about keeping, removing Old Fig Garden from this district.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. I was actually just a little bit above this, take out a little, put a little section of the Calino into the Merced Fresno. So it wasn't exactly about the old thing.
Okay. So, and we can explore that after we decide to do figure out this area. So at this point, we're leaning towards taking out Old Fig, and the question becomes: do we want to keep some portions of split Old Fig Are there any splits that we want to do? Overall, if we remember, the moving this out of this district would improve deviations, and it doesn't really change the CVEPs very much at all. It keeps the CVEPs about the same. So that's we're probably not talking about well, given the large size of the district, it's probably a sizable community, but not a large impact on deviation. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Are we thinking about moving this, if not for population or VRA related items, then is it for community of interest, or am I misunderstanding?
It's for deviation purposes because it improves deviation and also moves ship population up, and it improves the CVEP as well.
So it would increase deviation for Cala Inyo.
I believe it does increase the Latino CVEP slightly.
Okay.
But Kennedy, can you please?
Yeah, I was just going to say, as far as moving population up, would be for the eastern part. As far as what can be moved to Merced Fresno, this doesn't necessarily help that, because you would want this to have a higher percentage of people so that it could move over. So by lowering this deviation, it doesn't help with the transferring of people over to Merced Fresno.
But it would. We are looking to transfer some population northward in the Inyo district.
And it would help that, yes. I just wasn't sure what, sorry, I wasn't sure what move, where you were going. So I just wanted to make that clear about both of those.
Yeah, we're thinking a couple of steps later. Commissioner Kutagawa. And then we'll go to Commissioner for Nashari and Sinai, and then Anderson.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I guess I'll just say,
So Kutagawa, then Anderson.
okay. I hear what you're saying about trying to lower the deviation, but I also hear, well, I guess I'm just wondering if that's the best place to do it. We did get, while I think there was COI testimony to remove it, there was also COI testimony that there is I guess a black koi there in that particular area. And I know that that's what you're trying to look at. And I'm just wondering if removing it is just not really going to make that much of a difference. And if it's better to leave them there and then to look elsewhere to move population and give us a little bit more of that flexibility. I think overall, it seems like everything was incremental, and the request from the community there was to be included in this district over the other district.
That's correct. That's the decision point here. Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry. Yes, I believe that I was still thinking of adding more Hispanic people to the vote to the Merced Fresno. And in Fresno area, could you go up just a little bit and then turn off the Black CVOT and put on the Latino CVAP? Because I believe that essentially corner north of the word Fresno, that section up there does have a higher Latino CVAP. But if we circled it, we would find out exactly what it was. Because if it's less than 30, it's not going to help us.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Let's hear from Commissioner Fortishari as that comes up.
Yeah, a couple things. I think that the same thing caught my eye, caught Commissioner Anderson's eye, that there seemed to be a couple little corners there that had pretty high LCVAP. Kind of feel like we're getting a little bogged down in our progress in a detail, and that we can put this on the list to kind of circle back to, but I think we got to kind of finish up our VRAs and keep this moving, because we've got some districts up north that definitely need to be fixed, and I think actually, we'll get a more clarity on our ability to make this move, once we get the other districts more kind of settled in.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, Chair, I was just going to ask that we not accept Old Fig Garden change for now so that we
Okay.
can move.
So we won't change, we won't accept this change for now. And then we will continue to look at the change that Commissioner Anderson is exploring and then move to general direction to the line drawer so we can continue to move forward.
If
we-
you want to try that, Kennedy, if you just took that one square, well, I was talking about that. I was actually talking about above and to the left of Old Fig Garden.
I think it has lots of people.
Yeah, that little area right in there, which is still in the city of, that area right in there. But it doesn't, the coloration of it looks like, if you could just outline that and see, it'll tell us what the CVAP is in that area. It doesn't look high enough to give any help at all.
And at this point, since we're just making refinements and adding little portions of the area, we might want to just give general direction so that Kennedy can work on this offline.
Yeah, that's I don't believe that's worth exploring. Thank you, Kennedy.
So Commissioner Turner.
Can you remind me, Chair, where we're trying to move this?
Thank you. So we're trying to increase the CVAP for the Merced Fresno area, as well as push population to the west towards Merced Fresno area, if possible, and up. And so those are the two priorities at this point.
Thank you.
So if direction can be given, I'm looking for direction for the line drawers. I believe Commissioner Fernandez had given some direction in terms of this area and to prop up the, if possible, to explore, to do some explorations of the, to try to get the CVAP up in the Merced Fresno area.
Right. Kennedy, do you remember? We started from I can't even remember on the east, I don't want to say it's overpopulated, but possible, the Tulare Kern, and potentially push to the west, one with the goal of not decreasing the CVAP in, you're moving it so fast, in Fresno.
So I was trying to move that out so you can see.
Okay.
what's in
Perfect. Thank you so
Tulare.
much. I appreciate that. Trying to move some of that population to the west, while at the same time not decreasing the Latino CVAP in the VRA districts, but hopefully increasing the Latino CVAP in the Merced Fresno area.
Commissioner Anderson and Sinai. And we're looking for general direction for Kennedy.
My general direction on the Merced Fresno, again, is really trying to look at decreasing the non-Latino CVAP areas. And that could be, from San Benito. It could also be, if you scoot out just a little bit, or if the map will let you do that. It could also be in the, Merced area. Well, I guess it's, again, a little bit further north. Yes, if there's any population in there, where we are kind of trying to add population to create this district, if we can essentially take some of the areas of anywhere in the Merced area, but in the Merced Fresno area, that have very low population, one, and two, low Latino CVAP. And if so, trying to take those out of the Merced Fresno area, because that would be our best bang for our buck, given how the Latino CVAP around the area is just not very high.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And so what it's sounding like is, in terms of general direction, I'll summarize and then we'll make sure that I'm capturing correctly, is that we're pretty comfortable with this district as is, that we are, if possible, and it's looking difficult, if possible, we would be working to try to giving Kennedy the ability to explore around the edges of this district, whether it's adding or subtracting populations, to get us to a CVAP that is a little bit higher. And with that, I'm going to go to Commissioner Turner to see if she has additional input.
Yeah, again, to the COI testimony and the support that we're getting currently, I'll just kind of read it off and for Kennedy to explore later, not necessarily for now, but for this same area, and I think we were trying it earlier, and that is to try and put Parlier with Reedley into the Kings Tulare district, and in the same token, move Riverdale and some of western Fresno into the AD Merced to balance the population and keep the western county rural areas. And then also, I don't see Terra Bella, but perhaps that'll allow it to be kept whole. So that's just new information that's coming in as well, that if it helps with shifting that towards Merced. That Fresno Merced.
So if it's possible to shift those and maintain or increase the Latino CVAP and shift the population towards Merced, to do that.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure. So the direction is to work around the edges and try to increase that CVAP as well as maintain the direction that Commissioner Turner gave with regards to the specific community of
And I
members.
would like to note that Terabella is whole. Just
thank you.
It's right here.
Thank you. So is that sufficient direction, Kennedy? We're pretty comfortable with this district as is. Just some refinement to try to increase the Latino CVAP if possible.
Yes, and so mostly working between these three and not going between this county line and bringing them is what I'm hearing.
And the goal is to shift some population west if possible as well, right? Towards districts that need deviation. Although it looks difficult to do. Challenging in that all the districts are the communities where the Latinos reside makes it complex because it potentially reduces the CVAP. All right, so with that, let's keep moving forward to the next district. We've talked about Fresno Merced.
So are you wanting to move to San Benito? Or north, more north in my area? In this northern inland area?
I'm looking to the commission for, we can look at San Benito if that's, that there's significant COI input from the community. So Kennedy, are you responsible for San Benito? Is it somebody else?
I will switch, but she's right here and there's no break time needed.
Oh, excellent. So why don't we do that? Let's switch and we'll go to San Benito, given that that's also an area with voter rights implications. Oh, and Stamina. And thank you so much, Kennedy. You've been, as always, awesome. Commissioner Fornashari. Oh, good morning, or good afternoon. Feels like the morning still. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah. Hi, Tamina. Thanks. So I just want to comment on this district. I think in general it looks good. it could use a little population, some of the feedback. I mean, so it's kind of a minor tweak, and I don't want to get down a rabbit hole chasing this. I just want to throw out for general thoughts. We did get some feedback that, the Salinas Valley as a whole is a community of interest. And the folks that live in the Salinas Valley would like to be part of the VRA districts around here. And so you can see if you go a little further south, you have a number of small little towns there. San Lucas, San Ardo, Lockwood was even brought up to be part of it. So I just offer that I'd be interested in kind of exploring that, what the impact would be of doing that, maybe down to Bradley.
So can you give specific direction there?
Sure. Extend the southern portion of that, of the San Benito district down to the county line, sort of following the river there, not that far, not all the way to the coast. Just
And is it really focused around the
around the river.
around the river? So around the and it's capturing those communities with the
Yeah.
highest Latino CVAP.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to see what it's doing with our
So
CVAP and what it's going to do. I mean, probably part of my concern here is that you've got the Monterey coast that's already low, and we're going to make it lower. And so I wouldn't want to make this move without everyone being comfortable with it. And where did the Latino CVAP go? It went down. That's weird. That's kind of weird.
so Latino CVAP goes
Yeah,
down to 55.9.
down, 0.1%.
Can you
But
put the heat map on, Tamina? Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, we'd have to kind of extend that obviously to the county line, to the east to make it contiguous, but
So we're talking about 3,000 people. Well, the highlighted area is 3,000 people.
yeah, but that's just a few more people. I know. It also kills our time. But yeah, if you can just kind of fill it in quickly and rough it out. I don't know. I'm kind of sort of on the fence here.
Would it make sense to add, and it's probably not a lot of people either, that the area to the left, I keep worrying about taking population out of the neighboring district.
Yeah, so we're getting to a point where it's getting uncomfortable, and we got to figure out how to add population back to Monterey. We'd have to get that from the north. I don't know if that city.
Santa Cruz?
No.
Seaside?
Let me get it real quick. I don't know how much value Prunedale is adding. Oh.
I like this one. Thank you, Tamina.
Yeah, that's really good.
This is just to show you how many zero population blocks there are around here and kind of where the people reside. So you can see an area that may look big, only has 5 people. And that's why you're not really getting the increase in LCVAP that you were expecting.
Yeah, it wasn't really about CVAP. It was just including these folks in the district. But again, it's hurting the Monterey coast a bit.
So given that we're not saying any increase? I know that there's community of community of interest testimony suggesting we add these populations, but at this point, since it's not really making a difference in the population, it could potentially impact our population numbers. Just wondering if this is a change that the commission is interested in continuing to pursue, or if we are interested in moving on. We're looking at other alternatives. So we'll go to Commissioner Kutagawa and then Fornashari after that.
Yeah, can you zoom in on Soledad? Is that included in the district or not? This might be just a small refinement or a small change that. Okay, no, they're included, so that's
like it
okay.
is.
Thank you. Yeah, there was just some of the testimony seemed they seemed really mad that Soledad was separated from them, and given some of these small cities and separating them from the bigger ones, it may seem like it would be an easy fix, but no, this is okay. Thank you.
I think that may have been a reference to the other maps. So I think the congressional and state senate, or congressional, I believe. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, maybe this is something we can think about because Monterey is so negative already. Maybe this is something we can think about with regard to the congressional district when we get there.
It may be something we can do in the state senate map, which is bigger, or the congressional map. Doesn't look like it's possible at this point, although we can keep thinking about this and in our minds and try to look at different options as we do our homework. So we can come back to this in refinement, because it would be refinement. We're talking about not too many people, but at this point, it doesn't look like it's making an impact. Perhaps once we shift population down to Monterey, it may be possible to do this. So Commissioner Kutagawa and Anderson, if you're okay with this, we will.
Actually, I just had a quick question about the was all of Soledad in, and it didn't. It actually looked like there was more that was not in. If we zoomed in, or was that the river?
I think it's the river. But
could you go just a little closer, please?
Can you also put on the Latino CVAP so we can the heat map to see if there's any population we missed?
Yeah. Okay. The only area I would
where there's a river.
Okay, thank you. It is the river. The only area I would think is, I don't know if that would help at all, but at least to include, I believe it's around Greenfield, just a little bit for the next town south. If any of that population would help. It doesn't have a whole lot of population, but in the little city, it sort of does. Goodness, there are 14 people in one of them. So it's just a thought for later. So, thank you.
So it would be refinement. Okay, so it looks like we're comfortable with this district. We're going to take a look at the state senate maps and the congressional maps and see if we can address these, keep these communities whole in those maps where we have more ability to do so, because these are districts that are quite that aren't quite so big. So let's keep moving north. Okay, so we're entering Merced, Stanislaus.
Oh. Okay, well, that will be back to Kennedy. We're just going to switch chairs again. 1 second, please.
Thank you for the help, Tamina. And
Hello.
welcome back, Kennedy. All right, so let's see. So we've talked about Merced, Fresno, and we've given direction on that. Can we go to the next district in the Central Valley?
Yes. Next district would be Stanislaus. And again, from last time, we were tinkering with the border, and previously Stanislaus was split into 3. We cut that down to 2. This keeps Modesto down to Turlock and the west side of it together. And then Houston up to, and then Salida, Del Rio, Riverbank, Oakdale out to Knights Ferry and Valley Home are pushed out of this district. And that's just a general overview that I don't know if I was supposed to give, but that's what is in this district here.
I appreciate the overview. And our break is going to be in 2 minutes, but in the meantime, I would like commissioners to think about, these are areas where we've received significant public input around, especially the Modesto area. And so as we break for 15 minutes, if you can come back with your thoughts and specific direction in this area. It's not a VRA area, so we have a little bit more discretion, but it is important that we get this area right as for the public and for the communities that are in this community. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, and we'll be looking at the Stanislaus District. Thank you. So 4:30. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are continuing on our visualizations for the Central Valley. We are now focused on the Stanislaus region, with particular focus on the Modesto and area. So any general direction here from the commission? At this, what I do look at, what stands out a little bit here is that the deviation is, the deviation numbers stand out. Commissioner Fernandez, and then we'll go to Commissioner Turner, and then Furnishari.
Thank you, Chair. On the Central Valley, it's hard for me to discuss this piece until we get that whole ECA portion done, because it could impact what this looks like. Remember we talked about that, about maybe looking at that. So that was kind of what my focus was, more on the
Thank you.
Sierras.
Okay, and then Commissioner Turner.
And that may be a good idea, thank you, Chair, because we've received a lot of testimony about this area, particularly as it relates to Modesto. So I'd be willing to look at ECA first, because I think it's absolutely going to have a ripple impact if we really start to consider making some of the changes that would perhaps include moving Tracy into Stanislaus area, and with Modesto and some of that area. So it would be some of that type of architectural change.
Thank you. Commissioner Furnishari.
So I think we've gotten pretty good feedback from Stanislaus on this particular district for assembly. And the negative feedback we've gotten is really focused on the congressional district going up into the hills. I'm pretty comfortable with this, but we do, I think, need to go back and revisit that ECA district and get that finalized before we can continue north, because that's certainly going to impact. I mean, the areas that we have to work here in the valley are still in the finalize the far north and the Sacramento area, but the ECA is going to definitely impact that.
Okay, so I'm hearing what seems to be a consensus on moving on to the ECA. Akutagawa, then Fernandez.
Yeah, can we just see the larger area? I'm just trying to get a context for this too.
Absolutely. Can we get this a zoom out, and then Commissioner Fernandez?
And I apologize, it's not actually called the ECA on this one. I was looking for the name of it. Is it the Cal Inyo?
Yeah.
Is that the one? Okay, yeah, it's not, it's ECA in the other maps. Yes, it's the Cala Inyo.
Hello, apologies. Kennedy just got booted out of the internet and we are reconnecting. So
Thank
just
you.
one moment, please.
We'll be going to the to that region. It's in more of the Sierra region, the mountainous areas. So while we're waiting, just some discussion in terms of the general direction. We really do need general direction, or a rather specific direction on what how to move into how to deal with this area. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so how I was looking at the terrain. So if at some point we can also look at the terrain, and I was thinking more of this, if fellow commissioners are in agreement, the Cala Inyo would be more of a mountain Sierra type district. So, and my recommendation was to move from south to north, so from Inyo going up. So that was going to be my focus.
So if we're thinking about an anchor, what would be your anchor?
So my anchor would probably be Inyo and then if we're building a mountain type district, some of the counties would be divided because some of them have the mountains, like Tulare and Fresno and Madera. Most of Mariposa is mountain. So some of these counties will be split based on those ranges.
Okay, so we have the terrain layer here. And so what I'm hearing from you, Commissioner Fernandez, is that we would have Inyo County in this district, Mono County, and go up as much as we can. Is that what you're suggesting, or can you please clarify?
So what I was suggesting, because if we go up that way, we're going to go into Oregon, I think, or Washington to try to get that population. So we're actually going to have to go into, you see Tulare's got the mountains and the Fresno and Madera and Mariposa. I was like, that would be my suggestion, but of course, I would definitely welcome other opinions.
So now that we have Kennedy back on, can we look at the district as it is right now? It's difficult with the terrain layer. Can you show us what the district looks like now? So the district.
So I can tell you I could just go over the counties. We have Inyo, Mono, Alpine, and then we do not have Amador. There's it's cut between Amador and Calaveras. Calaveras is a part of it, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and then parts of Madera there's Chowchilla, Fairmead, Madera, and Parkwood that it kind of cuts off of. And then we have this northeastern part of Fresno and Clovis as well in Fresno.
So Commissioner Fernandez, your direction would be?
We would, wait, hold on.
Because I do see the mountainous areas are already in this district.
Some,
The one not in this district that she mentioned
was
is
Tulare, huh?
Tulare. However, there's not very much population because that's, again, this is where the Sequoia National Park, Sequoia Forest are, so that there's not very many people.
Right, but like, I'm sorry, I need to see the boundaries again. It just isn't as clear. I have my other map at home, unfortunately, that has all of my notes. But I think right now, I think some of the borders that we have, like in Fresno, Madera, Mariposa, may need to be moved to the towards the mountains. That's what I mean in terms of refinements.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The testimony that's been most helpful and persuasive to me is the testimony from various persons that has said, essentially, divide along the crest. On the eastern side of the crest, go, fairly far north, and eventually you're going to hit a major road that crosses the mountains to be able to pick up population. So no, we're not going to go all the way to the Oregon border. We're going to go far enough to hit a major road to cross the mountains and pick up the population. So, and then everything to the west of the crest is, separate from that. Just as far as ease of transportation, as well as, I think, a different set of concerns generally. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Absolutely. I'd love to see that visualized. and see what that does. Exactly what Commissioner Kennedy just described, based on the desire to separate the mountainous communities from kind of flat lands. And so if we could, and I would perhaps leave the southern border alone at Inyo, Tulare, we've already worked that through, but starting at the crest line where that divides in Fresno and cut up, straight up from there.
Thank you.
Well, not straight, but follow the, the terrain.
All right, so we have direction from Commissioner Kennedy. Kennedy, if you can start looking at that. In the meantime, we'll take input from Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry.
I'm also in the queue.
Oh, and Commissioner Kitagawa as well. Sorry about that. Kennedy, you were saying?
I'm not too sure about what the direction was.
Okay, so let's get Commissioner Kennedy to give the direction. And
if I may make
Sure,
another
absolutely.
point, is just that we have this district built here. So before making it what it needs to be, I have to add these portions to that district and then continue shifting things around. So it would have to start with moving these counties into another district and then maybe moving some out to get to what he was saying, just so that you understood the process of.
Yes, and so I do understand that you'll need to shift population first, and then in order to be able to go back. Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to give the direction?
I'll make a recommendation.
How about you make a recommendation, and then we'll see if we all agree. In the meantime, we'll make the recommendation, and then we'll get a comment from
Right,
the
so
commissioners.
my recommendation is that, we start with Inyo County, Mono County, Alpine County, we continue going north to the east of the crest until we hit kind of the Tahoe region, which connects west towards population, and that is where we drop down to get the population that we need to fill that out as a district. We're not going to go past. I'd say we're not going to go past Plumas in any case. There's no need to. And then things to the west of the crest, that would essentially be a separate district or joined with valley districts.
Which
But
would be difficult because there's many of those are VRA districts, right?
Mhm.
So, but possible. It might be a separate district.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think let's go to Commissioner Kitagawa, Furnishari, Anderson, Fernandez, and specifically any comments on this suggestion.
Yeah, so I want to just say that I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Kennedy say, reading through some of the COI testimonies, there's kind of mixed results, but at the very least, there seems to be this kind of east-west divide from the crest of the Sierras, and that those to the east would prefer to be, with more of the eastern sides, and then those to the west and the foothills would rather be with the valley floor. Is just some of the general themes that is just based on what I just quickly skimmed through again. There's new ones coming in. And so I think, there's not going to be a whole lot of population. I think that's the question where perhaps it's more general direction to give to, I don't know if it's Kennedy again. I apologize. I'm not sure who's doing the mapping right now, but general direction to say, if possible, use the crest going east and add to this district going further north. I know that there's some people that are not happy about going too far north because of the distance, but in more sparsely populated areas, these might be the best ways possible to keep some communities of interest, even if they're further apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Furnishari?
So if I can kind of paraphrase, it looks like what we're doing is putting 33,387 people up into what is currently ECA, all on the east side of the ridge of the Sierras. And then Cala Inyo, which is the foothills or the west side of the peak down to the foothills and down to the valley, is going to be a little negative, and we can probably put Amador to the south and come out about right.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, I guess this seems like a reasonable approach to me. Just want to make sure I understood it.
And thank you for providing the clarification, Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari, for saying that. It is a very small group. In terms of where the first road is that goes over the hill, it's actually 120 in Tuolumne, up the backside of into Yosemite. And that is kind of what they were talking about, because it's mono, and they basically share the backside of Yosemite. Anyway, if we do this, though, what I'd almost like to start, yes, we know on Inyo, but if we start at the north and kind of work that out, I think it's going to work out for a lot of things. The issue here is this Cal Inyo. There's the mountain is part of the Fresno. There's a mountain, a little bit part of Madera. And there's a little tiny bit of valley in Mariposa, and then you're already in the foothills. So unless you want to try to add that stuff to Stanislac to create another district there, you've lost the mountainous area. Because remember, these are areas that they're saying, we're completely different than the Central Valley. Our farming is different. It's the gold country, that sort of thing. And if we're to create another district here, I don't believe Amador I don't have the number right in front of me, but it doesn't have enough to completely change that. So I understand where we're sort of going from. I'd almost rather start at the north and work it out for the assembly, so it'll all follow, and come on down the side.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, this was very different than what I was looking. I was looking more at the entire, not east-west, just all of it, in terms of the mountainous areas. But if this is the way you want to go, I guess we can go that way. It just doesn't, I don't know. I think I'm getting tired now.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Gee?
Yeah, we keep talking about the crest and the east side of the mountains, the west side of the mountains. Is that the county lines there? I don't know. And I don't remember my geography lesson well enough. I mean, so the eastern parts of, thank you, Tuolumne, Mariposa, Madero, so forth are mountainous, but on the west side of the mountains, which we got some testimony the other day that was fine. It's the crest. So is that the crest? I mean, it kind of looks like it right now, looking at this, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I like Commissioner Fornaciari's proposal.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I put my hand up just to be in the queue in case I wanted to say something different, but I actually like the way this is, and perhaps to start adding in population across the crest to see where it is and how far it needs to go.
Commissioner Fornaciari, is that your direction, or was that your recommendation, rather?
Well, technically, this is Commissioner Kennedy's direction, and I just paraphrased it.
It's the commission's direction.
So here's the challenge, Commissioner Fernandez, is we have a pocket of population in Fresno and a pocket of population there in the bottom of Madera County that has no place to go.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, unless we can figure out a different place to put them, they have to go somewhere, and there's very little folks, in the foothills. So, I mean, for me, this is kind of a compromise where we get the east side of the hills going north in the direction they want to go. I know the folks in the foothills aren't well, some of them are, some of them aren't. We've heard some testimony where the folks in the foothills like to come down to the valley. But I mean, unless we can think of another way to deal with that population in Fresno and Madera County, I'm not sure there's another answer.
Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez, can you respond?
I'm not necessarily responding to that. I just feel that we're being inconsistent in terms of we're going to go along the crest, and then once we get to El Dorado, Placer, whatever, it doesn't matter. Right? We're going to take the whole county. So I was trying to be consistent in terms of defining a mountain area. So I was just trying to be consistent. That's kind of my analytical way of thinking. But if this is the way the majority want to go, we'll go along for the ride.
So let's, since Commissioner Kennedy made the initial recommendation, I'd like to hear his thoughts on that and then come back to the queue.
Thank you, Chair. The idea has never been necessarily to stick with entire counties. I mean, colleagues will recall that I've been saying for a long time that Placer County is in many ways two counties. You have a mountain area, which is, I think, supervisorial District 5, essentially, and you have, Sacramento suburbs. And yes, I understand that eastern Placer County has a relationship with western Placer County. But, it also, to me, makes sense to, once you get to Alpine, to go ahead and extend that area that we're talking about up through Truckee, and then, look at compensating for population on the other side of the ridge. You have one area along the Nevada border, essentially from what is that? Floreston, northeast of Truckee, all the way down the Nevada border, and then we have another district on the western side of the ridge, going all the way down, and keeping as many of the foothill communities as possible together on that side of the ridge. But I'm not proposing that we necessarily maintain counties whole or necessarily split them. We need to do what we need to do to make this work. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernashari, with that, your vision as well?
Well, I took a quick look yesterday. I'm kind of questioning my capability in QGIS since I was since I was so far off in the CVAP on San Benito. But my quick kind of look, if we just took the mountainous regions of all these counties, we would literally go to the Oregon border to get enough population to make this work.
Okay.
And then then the outcome would be a complete revision of the rest of our map.
Okay, so let's go to the queue and see if there's other thoughts in the queue and then come back. Commissioner Kennedy wants to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm not advocating going any farther north than that existing northern line of ECA just northeast of Truckee. If we get that far and we don't have enough population yet, we take a left turn and head towards the population.
Okay, I think I understand the recommendation from Commissioner Kennedy. It's slightly different than the recommendation from Commissioner Fernashari, and we'll figure out which direction to move in. Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'll offer hopefully some additional clarification. So is it possible to look at, can you show the highway lines along this eastern corridor? Because some of the COI testimony that I have read through previously and just skimming again through what's come in more recently, and refreshing my memory about this, the main corridor is I believe it's the 395, and there's one COI testimony that I want to point out. It notes that the only passes that are accessible for crossing the Central Sierras for much of the year is US 50 and Highway or I-80, which I believe is up in that area where Commissioner Kennedy is talking about making that kind of left turn. This particular COI testimony also mentions that in specifically the eastern ridge of the Sierra Nevadas in Nevada County, Placer County, and El Dorado counties, including the Lake Tahoe Basin and Truckee, could be part of this particular district. And I think that may also alleviate some of the concern that Commissioner Fornaciari is talking about. And what it does do is it enables not only those who share a particular type of interest in terms of recreation and mountain. And frankly, I mean, it's not well populated because people, very specifically want a certain type of lifestyle experience living in some of these communities. And also it's not too different than those who are asking for a specifically coastal district in various parts of the state. So I'd like to just offer that as direction to look at. And as I think Commissioner Kennedy had noted, looking to see at least if we can go to the eastern ridge of, in this case, it would be Amador, Calaveras, El Dorado, Placer, and Nevada counties, and then seeing how much more we need to go to pick up population, trying to keep in mind as close to possible the kind of COIs that which share similar interests with parts of at least the northern part of the Central Sierra area.
Thank you, and I think that's in alignment with Commissioner Kennedy's recommendation. There is also the concern about the Fresno population that needs a home, and so there is some populations in the south and that would need a home, and we'd have to make sure that it gets covered. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah.
Are you in
there's
support
only
of this
30,000 people.
idea, or slightly
no,
different, or
we're-
what's your thoughts?
There are two different things going on here. We're talking about essentially a COI interest, which is based on highways. The Eastern Ridge up through 95, down through Tahoe and El Dorado. But what most of the people in this area are actually, their issue is, it's the mountains, it's the fire districts they share, it's the water districts that they all are concerned with. It's recreational use of mountains as opposed to just say logging use of mountains. And that is throughout the area. Now, Mono and Inyo definitely have other issues, but they also know they have no people. And so they've thrown out several different ideas of combinations they can be in together, and which is adding the mountain area. And we did hear absolutely several people say, let's just go up the ridge. But again, this is 33,000 people. If you just go straight up the ridge, then, I mean, your El Dorado has 200,000. And I can't remember what Placer has. I mean, you have to take those counties and stuff. You can kind of get there, but it's a backwards way of getting there. When I think we're kind of sort of stuck with Fresno, because this portion of Fresno, because I don't see how we can get away from it and connect it anywhere. But let's not then separate it out twice, I believe, because this whole area needs mountain people who can look after those particular issues. And remember, the fire went rip-roaring through Amador.
So, do you have any specific direction on that? We're all in agreement with that.
Well, we're saying two different things, so that's why I want to make sure.
Okay.
Now, if we are on agreement, then I think we have to kind of go with what Commissioner Fornaciari said. It's not. I don't really like it, but then what do we do with Fresno and Madera? I think we kind of sort of have to do that almost.
So let's check in with Commissioner Fornaciari and see where he is at this point.
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, if we simply moved the red up into ECA and Amador to Cala Inyo, we'd be about a wash in population. And that is going to also, in a lot of ways, define what we do further north and what we're able to do in Sacramento. So I just wanted to lay that out there. I guess that's all I have at this point.
Do you have a recommendation in terms of path forward?
Well, I think we could, I mean, I think we can make this, if this is the general consensus of the commission, I think we can make this move. I just, recognizing that it's going to impact what happens up north, and I'm not sure what that looks like, because we just have to play that out.
Commissioner Turner?
For the portion of Caligno, it's not a VRA area. For the portion of Fresno that was left, can we zoom in? Is it a possibility that because it looked like that other side went almost all the way into Fresno. Okay, so that's then Clovis? Where's the line?
Yeah, it's Clovis. Clovis, Fort Washington.
Okay, what I was trying to see is if we took Fresno and moved it, but it goes further than what I'd want to. Okay, that's the pocket.
And it would impact the CVAPs in the neighboring VRA districts. Commissioner Fornashari? Oh, you're not in the queue anymore. Commissioner Kennedy?
So at least to try to move things forward at this point, if we can zoom the map back out, what I would be looking at is we extend Inyo Alpine and then kind of along the crest, as close to the crest as we can, to take in that little portion of ECA that is right under where it says ECA, that we not go any farther north than that. What is the population in that? We look at how far west we might have to go in Placer, and then Amador, El Dorado, or most of El Dorado, most of Placer would go into, would replace, we'd basically be doing a switch with those areas replacing Inyo Alpine and the Lake Tahoe area.
Okay. That sounds like it is, like we have a consensus to move forward with this exploration. So let's explore this, Kennedy. If you could take that recommendation and highlight those areas.
So I just went forward to doing that, and I'm not sure if everyone was able to see the deviations while that was up there, but Cala Inyo, this portion of Fresno, it's at a negative 2.78. So not, it's still in acceptable ranges. Obviously, I'm not sure if it's where you want it to be, but it's not creating a bubble or anything. It's in the range that it should be. And then this is at a 4.45. So getting rid of all of that will definitely be it'll be a lot of the what's making up the population already. And maybe a better way, I mean, I don't know, we can do whatever you want, but I think that we would end up expanding pretty far as it is, and maybe taking some out first if you want to lower it to around 0. But it's still in the deviation, and I think taking all of that out it's going to be a lot that you have to take out.
And we don't have to take it all out.
Yeah, and so do you have any concrete direction on this, Commissioner Kennedy?
I think Commissioner Anderson has,
Okay.
or she can correct me if I'm wrong, if Amador and Calaveras want to be together, and I think I just saw the population of Amador. It seems like moving Amador from ECA to Cala Inyo might be a reasonable measure.
So with that, I'm going to ask Commissioner Anderson to take over for a couple minutes while I take a break, and then move this forward. It would be great to get to a consensus on where to move this district forward, and I think we're getting there. I think it's coming along. Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, so I'm sorry, am I speaking as this or as taking over as chair?
You are.
Okay, right. So, well, okay, I will speak on this. Basically, yes, Amador is 36,000. I believe we said Alpine, Mono, and Inyo are about 33,000. So we'd switch those out. But you still also have Sacramento in here. You know, Folsom and parts of Sacramento. I think Arcade are now up with Lake Tahoe for population here, which I'm not sure anyone was considering here. So let's hear from other commissioners, please. Oh, sorry.
You're the chair, Commissioner
Yes,
Anderson.
I'm sorry
Okay.
about that. Commissioner Sinai, please. Oh, no, she's passing right now. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, the swap would even it out, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. The population driving this whole thing is all really in Sacramento County, a little bit in, what's this, next to Cameron Park, it's El Hills, I think, is that right, Alicia? The pink thing. So the population center that's anchoring that whole district is in Sacramento. And you know, so is that the outcome that we were looking for with this change? You know, I guess that's the question I want to lay out to the commission.
Yeah, on that one, is this, I kind of like, let's get some head shakes. Is this, yes, this is what we're thinking, or no, this is not what we're thinking? Okay, I can see some yeses and not, let's see, I'm seeing, okay, let's go with who is a yes on this? 1, 2, 3. I'm seeing 3 hands. Is that correct? So how many on the nose? I'm getting 4 fingers from Alicia. Sorry, Commissioner Fernandez.
I have 4 votes.
Oh, 4 votes on Commissioner Fernandez. So how many on the no on this? We have 1.
Chair,
Myself, 2.
Chair, maybe one option is to see if the line drawers can explore this, and you can come back with whether they work or not. I don't know if that would help move things along.
Thank you for that, Chief Counsel. Kennedy, have we explored this before?
I'm not entirely sure of the direction what you would like to explore. As far as these being pushed out this way, that also comes from keeping Elk Grove and Sacramento and that kind of thing, was pushing population north and pushing it to the west. And so that is how these cities or CDPs in Sacramento County were pushed out west. And that's this, before it was a little too much farther in. So we started to push the line out, and that was a part of the direction that we went last time. And I also wasn't sure if that Amador direction was something that I was supposed to implement or not. The changes are up here. Deviation goes from negative 2.78 to a 4.63 positive, and ACA is at a negative 0.96.
Okay.
Chair, I think you have some hands as well.
Oh, thank you very much. Commissioner Fernandez.
Obviously not supportive of this 0%. And because what I started out as a concept of a mountains, I don't know if any of you have been to Sacramento, but we have no mountains. There are no mountains in Sacramento, and now we are pushing part of Sacramento into this mountainous. So Amador, Calaveras, they would be more appropriate to be with that with the mountainous districts, and potentially if Kennedy can zoom out, some of the counties north, further north. But then again, now you've got this huge district, which for an assembly, I realize for Senate and congressional, we're going to have huge. And when I say huge, I'm talking about miles. I remember comments from reading some input about individuals upset that they had to drive 30 miles, and we're talking about probably 400 plus miles here from one end to the other. Again, very few actually ever visit their assembly people, but still. So anyway, that's, and even like Tuolumne could theoretically go into this mountainous, again, not highly populated, but I am opposed to having communities that are not mountainous in this district. And the whole purpose of the district, I believe, is what we agreed to would be a mountainous type, which have similar communities of interest with the forest management and water and ecological probably issues. So again, I would not want to have the Sacramento area in there, and then go further north. But also, as I mentioned, some of those counties, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, maybe Mariposa, they may be more appropriate to be in that district. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Kutagawa.
Yeah, I am uncomfortable. I know I said, do that left turn, affirming what Commissioner Kennedy had suggested, but I am uncomfortable with including the more suburban areas of Sacramento. I agree with what Commissioner Fernandez just said. I also want to note, it looks like from the visualization or what we're seeing currently right now, that some of the crest line of the Sierras is not included, and that it's the cuts are all at the county lines. And I'm wondering how much of a difference. I don't think it'll make that much of a difference. I went back to the October 27th and November 2nd visualizations for this area. And what I saw was that it did include Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and the Yosemite part of Madera. And so in the case of, I believe it was Mariposa and Madera at the very least, and it looks like part of Calaveras and part of Tuolumne, it was cut. The county was cut. And it got that ECA district to just about under 2%, minus 2% roughly deviation. And that included the counties all the way up to Nevada. I think we can also, I believe we can go up even into Sierra to make sure that Truckee is also included with that Lake Tahoe area. And that might get us the kind of population in the visualization that we saw. I believe also El Dorado and Placer was also cut so that the more suburban areas and therefore the more I guess bedroom communities of Sacramento were not included in this district. And so perhaps it's either going back to a previous visualization and starting there and doing the tweaks that might make it easier. I'm happy to give that as a general direction to Kennedy to start from, and looking at just ensuring that we're including the mountainous regions, the crest lines going east.
So, okay, to summarize that, basically you're saying go Inyo Mono Alpine, just the crest, still essentially the crest of El Dorado, crest of Placer up to Tahoe?
No, I'm also saying let's include Inyo Mono, the crest lines, like let's say from Yosemite going east and so we'll split Madera, split Mariposa from the crest line, split actually, I may be wrong. I think Yosemite is in Tuolumne. My apologies. So split Tuolumne, split.
Sorry, Tuolumne, that essentially is the crest line. The county line is the crest line in around Tuolumne, and then it would basically kind of continue a little bit out through Alpine, kind of in that direction.
Where is the 395 on this?
395 follows in, it starts at the corner between Alpine and Mono. Let me zoom in a bit closer. So I'm circling where it kind of comes in from Nevada and then goes through Mono, kind of coming to the county line, and it goes here, not so much in the middle of these counties, but more towards the ridge line, I'm assuming is what that geography is.
Oh, okay. So actually, it looks like we may already be following the 395.
Yeah, the 395.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to sort of clean this up a little bit? Because, guys, we basically 15 minutes, and then we're going to public comment.
Yeah, I think we're getting confused here. All we've done so far is essentially switch Inyo, Mono, and Alpine for Amador.
Right.
So we did have Calaveras to Fresno plus Alpine, Mono, and Inyo, and we're just moving Inyo, Mono, and Alpine into the ECA and Amador from ECA to Cala Inyo. The issue of Sacramento suburbs going out to Tahoe, that was always there. That's not something that we just created, that's been there. And I don't see that necessarily as all that unnatural given what I've heard about, people from Sacramento going out to Lake Tahoe. If we want to try to find a way to trim that closer to the Nevada border, I'm okay with trying it, but it seems like we are at least within acceptable bounds at this point, and all we've done is exchanged Amador on the one hand for Alpine, Mono, and Inyo on the other. And people in Inyo and Mono realize that they're never going to be the dominant force in this district, but I think they will feel that they have more in common with people in this district than they had in the district that they're currently in. So that's where my thinking is on this. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai, and then we're just going to do a quick through this. Commissioner Sinai? No. Commissioner Fornashari?
I mean, basically, are people from Inyo, Mono, and Alpine County going to have a representative in Fresno or in Sacramento? That's the choice we're making right now. There's just not enough people to make a district. In kind of to Commissioner Kutagawa's point, the main difference here between the 27th is those VRA districts are driving everything we're doing now. And we didn't have those VRA districts. And Fresno was totally in a valley district, as was Madera, the parts of Madera County that are now not in a valley district. So that's the big change that is being driven by the VRA.
Thank you. And we did also make changes after we did the VRAs up through, which has created that other district. But Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you. What Commissioner Kennedy said makes a lot of sense to me based off of our criteria as well as COI testimony I've read. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and I realize what Commissioner Kennedy said. I also remember what I said when we adopted these draft maps, where this was one area that I wanted to revisit because of the Sacramento communities were in with the mountains and then also the vineyards. So I realize it's an easy swap. I'm still not happy with it, just as I wasn't happy with it on November 10th. And I just feel we're mixing very different communities at this point. And that's why I was offering some of the other mountainous communities or counties.
No, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. I just wanted to understand the step 2 from Commissioner Fernandez for the going back, remembering what you were initially trying to accomplish. I do see and am in support of the current swap that seems just like a swap, but you're indicating there are other areas up at the top And I'm wondering, is that another discussion that we can have, and what's prohibitive about this for that, if we can do that? I know, too much of this for that. So I like the swap. The swap is good for me, and I hear what I'm hearing and reading and what you'd say, and maybe I just would like you to reiterate, is that there are concerns about mixing communities and land use and the people that's there further up north that you weren't comfortable with before, that may impact this or may not, but I'm trying to understand the other part that you're concerned about.
The part I'm concerned about right now?
Well, so the
Sorry, I
the
guess-
Amador is a swap with those other areas. But you just indicated that there are other places in Sacramento further north that's mixed in with the mountainous communities. And I wanted to have you talk a little bit more about that to see how it's impacted by Amador.
I'd have to have Kennedy zoom into
Yeah.
West Placer. Wait, where are we?
Well, okay, if you just give it just a very short on this, because I want to wrap this up so we can move forward.
Right.
Commissioner Fernandez, please.
And we can discuss it later. That's fine, after the public comment if we want to. What I'm saying is, so November 10th, we did what we did to try to get the drafts out there, which is, I completely understand that part of it. But as you get, Kennedy, could you move it a little bit, move it down, the other way, sorry. It was gonna be my down, you're up. I wasn't sure which way we were going with this. But I would say probably the borders of Sacramento County, those are more what you would call your flatlanders, because somebody liked to give it that term. And as we move up north, like you have your Auburn, your Newcastle, those communities are more with the mountains. Does that make sense? But they're also, it can be something where you're swapping. We're going to have to go in and swap. But I'm just saying at this point, how it looks, I would recommend moving like the Folsom, Rancho, all of those areas would go in possibly with Roseville, and then the other communities, which are more in the mountains, and that includes also Placerville and Cameron Park. Although they're somewhat attached, that's where you start going up the grade. And then that's where you've got Auburn and Newcastle, those areas as well do go up the grade. So what I'm trying to keep together would be those that are what you would call the valley versus those that actually start going into the mountains. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Turner?
So with the swap with Amador, if that did not occur, what you would be saying is to continue up north and grab more of El Dorado instead of Amador?
So what I'm saying was I wasn't excited about the current map to begin with, regardless of it being Amador or whatever, because I still had the issue with the valley communities being lumped in with the mountainous areas. So regardless of Amador in or out, does that make sense? It was just knowing that we were going to have to come back and rework it. Okay. Right. So it's being reworked a different way that I had envisioned.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to I'm going to do a quick summary here. I believe we've sort of made a change that is not, it's an idea. It has a lot of areas that still need to be worked out. At this point, and I want to hear from others, but what I would be suggesting is that we leave this, and tomorrow we actually start on realizing, we still have this Fresno issue, but actually start sort of sorting out things possibly from the north, and then we can lock those in and understand where we can and cannot make our changes in the whole rest of the map, because we did do a lot of changes in this area and said we're all going to come back to it. And so I don't believe there are enough people who are really excited about this to lock this in. But I'm sort of proposing that's what we sort of might do for this evening. But I want to hear from Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question, I think, following along the lines of what Commissioner Fernandez was saying. I think Commissioner Fornachari had a good point. He said the Eastern, the Sierras, these mountain communities, I mean, part of why they've been really advocating for a district that would just be the mountain communities is that they feel like ultimately if they're paired with a larger city, that's where their elected official comes from. And regardless of whether they see them or not, the general sense that I've received from their testimony has been that they've when an elected official is based in a larger city, they just feel like they're completely ignored, and that person said elected representative just focuses on the issues of the larger cities. So with that in mind, what I'm hearing from Commissioner Fernandez is trying to limit it to the mountain areas. Is it that bad that we would go further up? I mean, I know I'm contradicting my earlier statement about going up and then turning left, but maybe, kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Fornachari was saying earlier about, just going up to the Oregon border. Is that a bad thing? Is that something that anybody or everybody would be uncomfortable with? In doing so, would that then, it would mean restructuring the far north areas. I believe we're already looking at some because of Siskiyou and trying to keep some of the tribal nations together. But in doing so, would that enable us to put somewhat more like communities together versus putting what seems like right now very suburban, urban communities with more mountainous communities?
Yeah, thank you. I believe that is an issue which we are discussing, but we can't have that long discussion right now. And so Commissioner Kennedy, I'm going to give everyone let's say like a minute or two here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm perfectly happy to take another look at Metropolitan Sacramento. I think we need to. I think that might actually be the better starting point tomorrow is let's work out Metropolitan Sacramento. It's a large population center. We know there are diverse communities in the area. We are trying to respect communities of interest to the extent of our ability while not violating higher priorities. But I think that would be a good place to start, and I agree. We need to do some work there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say, there's a lot of draw and a lot to desirous of being in a mountainous area that has very few people around. But our first criteria is equal population, so you have to know that you're either going to have to deal with a large district with lots of travel, or you're going to be dominated by a closer, more populous area, and you may not have representation. It's going to come. I don't know how you do it differently. It's either going to be like communities that will be large geography, or you're going to be paired with a closer community that has more people in it. And so we'll have to make a choice. It's one or the other.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, sort of to piggyback on what Commissioner Turner just said, we have to fall back on our criteria. And I know I've been one to be appreciative of criteria number 5, compactness, because I believe that leads itself to accessibility. Communities of interest is criteria number 4. And so I might be leaning towards Commissioner Kennedy's suggestion in that this like community might outweigh the compactness of what I would like, but I have to recognize what the criteria is laying out for us.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Yee had his hand up. Am I not seeing it?
I put it down. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think we have a lot of things to think of about this evening, and come back kind of with maybe bright ideas, bushy-tailed bright ideas. And at this point, I believe it's Commissioner Kutagawa. Sorry, I thought I'd seen that.
Chair, could we just give general direction to Kennedy, given the discussion, and perhaps come back to us with maybe some options?
for, I'm sorry, for continuing
For this,
for a
for
mountainous
this,
area?
yes.
Yeah, for a mountainous area or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But not including anything in Calino?
Well, I mean, there's two proposals, right? Keeping it completely mountainous, and how far up does that need to go, and then what would that do? And then the other ones that we're discussing, trying to, I guess, taking in more of the, I guess the suburban Sacramento areas.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to jump to, I'll be back with you in a minute, Mr. Ahmad. Kennedy.
Hello, this is Karen,
Oh.
actually, Chair Anderson. Thank you so much. I just wanted to let you know that, so the idea generally was that if you give direction to come back with something that the mappers would have the next day to work them out. So there is limited work that can be done if you want to go back to Kennedy's area tomorrow morning. But she can, of course, try to, implement some of the direction that you have already given. So just wanted to let you know that. And then also, since you today was supposed to be the Northern California Day, and you did take some of that time, quite some time to work on Southern California, continuing to work tomorrow on this is probably actually keeping you on the schedule, which is moving things around a little bit. But
The schedule for tomorrow is to go back to LA.
Right, that's what it was. But, today was supposed to all be in Northern California. And I just wanted to say that if you would like for Jamie and Sivan to come back tomorrow afternoon, perhaps, that's totally possible. So just let us know what you decide to do so we can schedule accordingly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we might end up actually hitting LA and it's doing a reverse, maybe LA in the morning and this one in the afternoon, but we'll let you know. Now, Commissioner Ahmad, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I think I just want to be careful on the task that we send our line drawers on, considering that there are two kind of diverging points on the table right now and the impacts and ripple effects that would have on the neighboring districts. I just am thinking about if I were to go home and map this, I would be a little confused as to where changes could be made in neighboring districts that would be acceptable to the commission and where it would create more work for us and we would all have to backtrack. So I don't know if I'm comfortable sending them on a specific mission at this point, given that the commission has not landed on a very clear direction at this point regarding this area.
Thank you for that. And Kennedy, do you also want to talk about that? No, okay.
Sorry, I will put my hand.
That's all right. Commissioner Yee.
I just wanted to mention the idea of going all the way north to the Oregon border doesn't really help because there's just not population there. And there's not a ridgeline there either. So, I mean, I would love that for that to work, but I don't think that's an option.
Yeah. Commissioner Fornshari. No, I don't see
I think there
it.
is. I think there is a way to do that. That's reasonable within kind of the design of the districts as we have them now. But we can explore that on Friday, I guess.
When we come back to this, great. Okay, with that, what I would like actually, Kennedy, to do is, so I think which might help is if you could just give us even just examples, even snapshots or something of what we have done in this area, because I think some of these we might go, oh yeah, you did that in this case, or like the 27th or the 2nd or the 7th. And if that's an easy thing to show us. But otherwise, I agree that I think it's a little confusing in terms of something for you to go back with, or how do you feel? Did you get direction?
I have the 27th, the 11th, the 7th, and the November 7th, November 2nd, November 2nd, and 10/27. I have those loaded in my map currently.
Okay, great. So then we might have a look at that. I don't know if that's, if you might be able to think, do those help us in what we're talking about or not for tomorrow? And then, and you also have some assignments in,
In the
actually, you don't,
Yes, in the
you do.
I do in the Fresno area, which I was playing around with and did find that if I don't know how the commission would feel about it, but I could show it tomorrow of moving West Park in here and bringing this up to 51 and this staying at 53.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. I think we'll be doing that. At this point, let's see, Christian, could we go ahead? We're going to go ahead to public comment. And could you go ahead and read the instructions, please?
Sure thing,
Absolutely,
Chair.
Chair.
Yeah, yes,
And,
Katie?
and here I am.
Great,
And
thank you.
You're welcome. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 884-6542-9407 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. That will be a 2-minute public comment period with warnings at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Now we'll be starting out this evening with caller 0203. And up next after that will be caller 2232. Caller 0203, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a senator and a resident and a community organizer with Orange County Congregation Community Organization. OCO works with congregations and community leaders across the county on the issues of housing, immigration, and education. I'm very concerned about yesterday's discussion about Orange County and breaking up communities of interest. I would like to highlight the importance in minimizing the cuts within the city of Fullerton. It is important to keep communities of interest intact, specifically with South Fullerton and West Anaheim. Some of the similarities between these two communities are that there is a dense population of Latinx, low-income, immigrant, mixed status communities. A lot of the struggles that they share is that their rent burden. They do tend to work a lot of low-income jobs. And this is an opportunity for the commission at the assembly level to create a VRA district with these two communities. And also being able to create another VRA district with centering in the city of Santana. Again, the same community of interest that they have, and keeping in mind that these are communities that are rent burden. And there are numerous maps that have been submitted by the community that have shown the commission that they can comply with Federal Voting Rights Act in Los Angeles and Orange County and keeping communities of interest whole. So please use these as roadmaps to achieve this balance. Don't break up our communities unnecessarily. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2232, and then up next after that will be caller 4109. Caller 2232, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Awesome. My name is Kayla Assassin. I'm with Orange County Environmental Justice, and I kind of want to mention the exact same communities that was mentioned in the previous call. Our communities of interest in Orange County for Orange County Environmental Justice are environmental justice impacted communities. like there are in Santa Ana, like there are in Anaheim and Fullerton. And a lot of times these incomes are low income. So that's next, the rent burden. They are impacted by police brutality. They want a lot of things, and we need to keep them together. So there are VRA districts centered around Santa Ana at every level, including assembly. And we are very thankful for that. We also wanted to note that the commission has the opportunity to create, at the assembly level, to create a VRA district in Santa Ana and an adjacent Latinx influence district centered around South Fullerton and West Anaheim. The current district layout is mildly okay. I think there could definitely be a few tweaks to it. The areas of West Anaheim that are being centered are very thankful, like we are very thankful for that. But we think that we could alter the lines just a little bit. So thank you very much. Just wanted to point that out and keep our community together. Alter the things a little bit for maximize our community interests. And thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4109, and up next after that will be caller 5056. Caller 4109, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute, the floor is yours.
Hi, this is Margaret Okazumi, and I'm a little bit frustrated because I put a lot of time and effort into figuring out some suggestions, which I know that you've been deluged with public input, but please look at my PDF that I sent in. It's in the air table under ID number 29343. You absolutely should not need to put Sacramento in with the mountains. I've just been focused on figuring out congressional districts, but I was able to figure and you'll see it on, if you look on page 3 of the PDF that I sent in, that I was able to create 2 mountain districts, and these are congressional districts. And so certainly you could figure out assembly districts that would work much better for community of interest. But I was able to draw a congressional district with 0 deviation that included Mono and Inyo and Alpine, part of El Dorado County, all of Placer and all of Nevada County, and then also most of the city of Folsom and Sacramento to make a congressional district. And then I was able to make a separate mountain district that included the rest of El Dorado, all the other mountainous rural counties down through to the Fresno area, dipping into the valley to take some of the rural areas. So I encourage you to please look at that. I have a lot of other suggestions in there about how you can draw some of the Central Valley districts better, and also fix some of the other community of interest grouping problems that you seem to be unnecessarily creating.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5056, and then up next after that will be caller 5314. Caller 5056, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Susan Chang, and I'll be commenting on the draft maps in Orange County, specifically the Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin area. Today, I wanted to comment on the communities of interest in Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin. Irvine and its surrounding areas have changed and grown so much in the past decade. I wanted to emphasize that it's so important that we keep the communities of interest there together because of the common challenges that immigrant communities face, such as access to affordable housing, transportation, and environmental justice. These parts of Orange County should be drawn together, especially keeping Irvine whole and with Costa Mesa and Tustin. While the congressional map generally looks good in Orange County, the division of Irvine and splitting of Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin, Coy are major concerns. It's extremely important that we keep disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as one of the fastest growing major cities in the state. At the assembly level, I thank you all for keeping Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin whole and drawn together in this district. Please keep this disproportionately immigrant district together. It would be great if the other maps could reflect something like the assembly maps. Numerous maps submitted by the community in LA and Orange County have shown that it's possible to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and keep our communities of interest whole. Please use these maps as a roadmap to achieve the balance. Thank you for your time and have a nice night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller
Thank
5.
you, Katie.
Yes.
May I break just 1 minute? For the public, we really appreciate all your comments, all your input. I just want to make sure everyone knows the lines will close at 6 p.m. So if you do want to call to get in line, please do so now. The lines will be closing at 6 p.m. If you're in the line, if you're in the queue by then, we will listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And right now we will have caller 5314. And up next after that will be caller 3321. Caller 5314, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much, Commission, for hearing me. My name is Stephanie Wilson, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley. For the second year in a row, Simi Valley was subjected to power shutoffs on Thanksgiving Day. We realize that these are really important to save lives and to save property during a fire zone. We share this fire zone with Santa Clarita, and we appreciate the fact that Santa Clarita has the same representatives that we do. It is important for us that this fire zone be maintained. I don't have to tell you how disruptive it is, especially on Thanksgiving, to have your power shut off. And when it's efficiently handled, we know it's going to come back on in a reasonable time, and we know that it's being turned off at the correct time. Our neighbors in Santa Clarita also had their power shut off due to the wildfire concerns for the past 2 years, just like we did. This is one of the biggest issues facing both of our cities. Our power is shut off all the time here. We realize it's important. We like it to be efficient. We need a representative who will focus on this issue and also will focus on the shared values that we have between Simi and Santa Clarita. So we would like to keep Simi Valley and Santa Clarita together in the same legislative and constitutional maps.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3321. And up next after that will be caller 4199. Caller 3321, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am with Latina Health Access in Santa Ana. Latina Health Access has been proudly working alongside community residents for over 27 years to improve the social determinants of health in our city. I appreciate all your long hours you and the line drawers have put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. Santa Ana is primarily composed of low-income and mixed immigration status Latinx families. There are extremely hardworking families with many employed in essential jobs that are unfortunately often overlooked and underpaid, yet they share a very strong sense of community. The city includes numerous communities of interest, including immigrants, low-income families, families without medical insurance, mixed immigration status who share the same needs for equitable and affordable housing and need for social services and resources. I also want to note that there are VRA districts centered around Santa Ana at every level, including the assembly level. Once again, the commission has the opportunity at the assembly level to create a VRA district in Santa Ana and an adjacent Latinx influence district centered around South Fullerton and West Anaheim, who share similar communities of interest as Santa Ana and numerous community interests and concerns. All in all, I want to point out that numerous maps have been submitted by the community have shown that the commission can comply with Federal Voting Rights Act in Los Angeles and in Orange County and keep our communities of interest as whole. Please use those maps as a roadmap to achieve this balance. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4199. And up next after that will be caller 0969. Caller 4199, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can
We
you hear
sure
me?
can. Yes, we can.
Thanks. Thanks so much for considering my comments. My name is Katie Alexowitz. I'm a Simi Valley resident and business owner. My concern is that Simi Valley is a very unique city in Ventura County, and it's extremely different from and should not be in the same district with Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, Calabasas, or Malibu. First of all, Simi Valley and Santa Clarita total sales per capita was similar at $13,000 to $15,000. But on the other hand, total sales per capita was $22,000 to $25,000 in Thousand Oaks and Calabasas, and almost $36,000 in Westlake Village, so well over double. But more importantly, Simi and Santa Clarita are also way, way more diverse than TO, Malibu, Westlake, and Calabasas, which means we deserve similar representation in our districts. Simi's Hispanic population is 26%. Santa Clarita's Hispanic population is 35%. On the other hand, Hispanic population is only 19% in Thousand Oaks and only 9% in Calabasas, Malibu, and Westlake. So those are just a couple of the very many key differences that distinguish Simi from those more like rich and coastal cities. And I think that explains why Simi should not be in the same district as those cities, but actually should share a district with Santa Clarita. I really appreciate you taking this into consideration. I know you're doing your best, and I don't envy your position, but we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0969. And up next after that will be caller 2567. Caller 0969, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Spelled Taavi. I am calling on behalf of United Domestic Workers, the In-Home Supportive Services Union. A significant number of our members belong to the Latinx communities of Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. For this reason, UDW encourages the Commission to use these areas to create a VRA district to empower our Latinx voters. UDW members need proper representation because a lot of Latinx families depend on the IHSS program for income and, most importantly, for keeping loved ones at home where they receive quality care. Numerous draft maps that the communities already submitted to the Commission recognize the importance of creating a Latinx VRA district in Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. UDW highly encourages the Commission to use such maps when creating assembly and other districts. Please keep these Latinx communities of interest together. Thank you for your time, and thank you for what you are doing.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2567. And up next after that will be caller 9290. 2567, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I live in the city of Sonora in the Sierras. I have heard numerous callers asking for the Sierras to be kept separate from the Central Valley, specifically Stanislaus County and the current ECA congressional district. I strongly disagree with these callers. As a resident of the Sierras, my community has a strong relationship with the Central Valley and Stanislaus County. We do our grocery shopping there. We have medical appointments there. Essential services we rely on are based in Stanislaus. Many of our residents' jobs are also based in the valley. Residents in the Central Valley also travel on vacation in our Sierras. There is a clear connection between the Sierras and Stanislaus County and Central Valley as a whole. I strongly support the current congressional draft map and ask for the Sierras to stay with Stanislaus County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 9290. And up next after that will be caller 8488. 9290, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Adria Orr, and I'm calling from Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus on behalf of the AAPI and Amensa State Redistricting Collaborative. During your discussion of the Fresno area earlier today, I was disappointed to note that the Punjabi Sikh community of interest straddling Highway 99 in West Fresno, which represents the largest Punjabi Sikh community in this area and is one of the fastest growing in the country, continues to be cut into 3 different districts. There were many members of the Punjabi Sikh community who called in last week to raise this issue, and our collaborative also submitted a letter yesterday morning with written feedback as well as a map with proposed lines aimed at keeping this community as whole as possible. We know there are many competing interests in this area, including VRA considerations, but we believe it's possible to reduce the negative impact on this community while respecting those other interests. We have 2 recommendations to this end. One is moving the portion of the boundary that follows Shields Avenue slightly south to Clinton Avenue. And 2 is for the boundary east of Highway 99, we recommend keeping it along the railroad until it hits Herndon Avenue rather than cutting through small neighborhood streets. These changes are demonstrated in our submitted map. Thank you for all of your time and effort in this process as it continues.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 8488, and up next after that will be caller 4795. Caller 8488.
One minute,
Oh,
please, Katie.
hold on one moment.
It is 5 minutes to 6, so the lines will be closing at 6. If you wanted to call it in and make a comment, please call in now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 8488, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ethan, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 18 years. And I'm calling to express my disagreement with Commissioner Sadwani. And I think it is a sentiment shared with most of Orange County. We do not see LA and Orange County border as fluid, and I worry about your continued idea that there's some sort of interconnectedness with these 2 cities and counties. We do not see it the way Orange County could be connected with LA, and I believe the Commissioner said that they should start in LA and see how that ripples into Orange County. And I don't think that is a fair way to approach the Orange County Congressional District. I know that you have so many things to consider, but I hope you can revisit the way that you're looking at the Orange County Congressional Districts and keep these cities together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4795. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Terry Hudgens. I'm in Huntington Beach. I've been coming to Huntington Beach since 1957. And I became a resident 15 years ago. And I have a couple of comments about the map that contains or incorporates Irvine into a district with our cities here to the north. And I do not agree with that from a social and cultural and developmental standpoint. I see a much more logical approach to be the inclusion of Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, Fountain Valley, and Westminster, which has been the fact for many years, and it has really developed over the last 10. I would point out that there's a strong affinity between the beach cities. Recently, most of us went through the oil spill, and it was particularly significant to see the congressional delegation, the local legislators and cities and so forth, and emergency personnel work together to take care of mutual impacts that resulted on the beach cities that would not obviously include anything if Irvine were part of this district. So from a state beach perspective and a local beach perspective, Sunset and Huntington and Newport have some real congruity.
15.
Secondly, I would point out that the Asian community has also moved into Huntington Beach, and become integral through Fountain Valley and Westminster. So I appreciate you allowing me to comment.
Thank you so much. And Chair, I believe at this time we are up against a break.
Yes, thank you, Katie. And I just want to tell all the callers in line, the lines are closing, I think, just about now. But if you are in line, we will get to you. Just follow the wonderful prompts that our amazing video people are giving you. And we will have to take a break right now. It's our required 15-minute break. So we will be back at 6:15. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, California, to the Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're in public comment right now, and we'll be, if you're in the queue, we'll stay until we hear every word. Thank you very much for calling in. Katie, could you please take over?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair. Right now we will have caller 2072, and then up next after that will be caller 5137. I'd also like to remind all those that have called in by pressing *9, it helps manage the queue. It will raise your hand. So please press *9 to raise your hand if you have not done so already. Caller 2072, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners and public. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to speak. My name is Lourdes Cruz, and I am the product of the Fullerton College community. And I also am the product of Cal State Fullerton, where I received a master's. And the reason why today I'm here speaking to all of you is because my understanding is that there is talks about splitting Fullerton, and as somebody who attended Cal State Fullerton and Fullerton Community College, and someone who taught at the Fullerton College level as well, I am a little bit puzzled and concerned that there is talks about the possibility of separating that city because one is a small city, and then also because when you talk about Santa Ana and Fullerton, you, as I'm sure you're aware, with the data, Santa Ana already has a community college district. So there's about 3 colleges in that district. And North Orange County community that has Fullerton College already has their community colleges. So I am here today to please ask you to reconsider, and I support strongly a VRA district anchor in Santa Ana. And I am also asking you to please draw a second and separate district anchor in Fullerton and West Anaheim, because those communities are different. Thank you so much for your time, and please do not split up Fullerton.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we'll have caller 5137, and up next after that will be caller 9099, I apologize, 9009. Caller 5137, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is I am from Fullerton, 35-year resident. I've worked with different organizations. And I'm also part of the district that was suggested that gets cut out of Fullerton to be part of a different legislative district, what's currently AD 55. I'm calling in to strongly oppose some of the changes that were suggested in North Orange County today. Fullerton is not a big city. It makes up less than a third of our assembly district. Not one of the community groups suggested even a single split in the city of Fullerton at all. And this afternoon, and yesterday, I believe you suggested splitting it into three different districts. That in itself makes no sense to anyone who lives here. It really doesn't make any sense to anyone. The congressional map that was approved, or that's being approved, has Fullerton altogether in the same congressional district, and I would hope that you keep Fullerton all together in one assembly district. I do support drawing a second and separate district anchored by the bulk of Fullerton and West Anaheim. Please don't split up Fullerton and in the ways that you've already discussed. As someone who does live in that part of the district, I would literally be cut off from the rest of my city if the current map, as proposed, is kept. So I would please ask commissioners and staff to please keep the city of Fullerton all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9009, and up next after that will be caller 3979. Caller 9009, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Hey, caller 9009. One more time, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 9009, there appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I do have you down as a retry. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi. I apologize. Thank you so much. First, I just want to thank the redistricting commission. Really appreciate all your work. I'm an Irvine City Council member. My name is Mike Carroll. I know a little bit about the detail regarding public comments, and this is obviously very, detailed as far as getting all this information. But I just wanted to put in this information for your all perusal. At our last meeting, the City Council passed a resolution in support of keeping Irvine, our city of 310,000 residents, as one united city. In this resolution, our City Council stated unequivocally our desire to keep Irvine whole in the creation of congressional and other districts to protect the interests unique to the great city that I am privileged enough to help represent. At Monday's commission meeting, one of our commissioners on your commission mentioned the idea of anchor cities as a focal point for districts. And the Irvine City Council and I 100% supported Irvine being an anchor city for a completely inland district that is separated from our good friends on the coast. Our issues and our needs are distinctly different from those of our coastal cities. And I believe that it is of significant importance that we keep the two separate for the betterment of our constituents. And on behalf of the whole of the Irvine City Council, I'd like to thank you for all the hard work that you've done so far. As a council member, I cannot even imagine. I know personally what it means to take in all public comments on hot issues, and this is very. You're at the basically at the go time, and I can truly empathize with everything you're going through. And I just thank you for your service. Appreciate your consideration of my testimony today on behalf of the city of Irvine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3979, and up next after that will be caller 2990. Caller 3979, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
My name is Melanite Fifita. I am with Pacific Islander Health Partnership. I am a Tongan patient navigator, and I want to make a comment on the draft maps in Orange County to emphasize the importance of keeping communities of interest together for VRA compliance purposes. There are prominent Tongan and Samoan churches in Santa Ana with members who are underserved and medically uninsured. And I've navigated Pacific Islander patients to the Serve the People Community Clinic in Santa Ana, where there are VRA districts centered around Santa Ana at every level, including the Assembly. And the Commission has the opportunity at the Assembly level to create a VRA district in Santa Ana and in adjacent Latinx influence districts centered around South Fullerton and West Anaheim. Our nonprofit is based in Garden Grove and serving Pacific Islanders that are low income and live in multi-generational households in West Garden Grove, Westminster, West Santa Ana, and North Fountain Valley. The majority of our community are service workers, own small businesses, and earn low-income wages as compared to the beach coast communities. The beach coast communities like Seal Beach and Huntington Beach, they do not face the same challenges that my community experiences. Numerous maps submitted by the community have shown that the Commission can comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act in Los Angeles and Orange counties and keep our communities of interest whole. please use those maps as a roadmap to achieve this balance. Do not break up our communities. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to speak and for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2990, and up next after that will be caller 0565. Caller 2990, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Creffield, and I'm calling from the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce. In addition to serving as the CEO of the Chamber, I was also an appointed redistricting commissioner for San Bernardino County. As a commissioner myself, I firmly understand that tough decisions need to be made as you come closer to your deadline. Unfortunately, I was incredibly frustrated to watch you draw an Assembly VRA district encompassing Los Angeles County communities of Palmdale and Lancaster with San Bernardino County communities of Victorville and Hesperia. As someone who understands VRA considerations, VRA districts need to be compact and adjacent. There is no major transit corridor to drive across this proposed district. It would make just as much sense to draw the Antelope Valley with the Los Angeles County San Gabriel Valley. This proposal to draw VRA Assembly District with Antelope Valley and San Bernardino County. Moreover, as we are 2 days away from the Commissioner's goal to complete Assembly District, I am appalled that we are suddenly adding a VRA district at the 11th hour. How is this transparent process for the public and business community if we are suddenly making significant architectural changes at the last minute? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0565, and up next after that will be caller 6321. Caller 0565, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Jones, and I am a resident of Simi Valley. And the reason I'm calling in is, first off, thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work and listening to the public comment for the past several months. And I do appreciate all of your service in regards to this. It must be a difficult job. With that being said, I would like to keep Simi Valley whole and Santa Clarita whole, and I would like to keep them in the current Assembly and Congressional District. Both of Simi Valley and Santa Clarita, we share first responder resources for fires since we are prone to wildfires due to the Santa Ana winds. We have the same geographics. Both cities are surrounded by mountains. The house median prices are pretty much the same. We have a high Hispanic population. Santa Clarita has a high Hispanic population. And most recently, actually last year and this year, due to the Santa Ana winds, both Simi Valley and Santa Clarita were subjected to the public safety power shutoff. And, well, you know, it was very unfortunate that it happened on Thanksgiving Day. And that just seems to be something that looks like it's going to be continually happening. And we really appreciate our current Assemblywoman who is actively listening to the residents and trying to find some sort of resolution to this so it does not happen on holidays. So our food doesn't spoil. So thank you very much for taking time out of your evening to listen to my comment. And I hope you had a wonderful holiday.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6321, and then up next after that will be caller 6988. Caller 6321, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
We sure can.
All right, good evening. I live in the Angel Camp area in Calaveras County. I've heard numerous calls asking for the COs to be kept separate from the Central Valley, specifically Stanislaus County in the current ECA congressional draft. I strongly disagree with these callers. As a resident of the Sierras, my community has a strong relationship with the Central Valley and Stanislaus County. We do our grocery shopping there. You have medical appointments there. Essential services we rely on are based in Stanislaus County. Many of our residents' jobs are also based in the valley. Residents in the Central Valley also travel and vacation in our Sierras. There's a clear and strong connection between the Sierras and Stanislaus County and the Central Valley as a whole. I strongly support the current congressional draft map and ask the Sierras to stay with Stanislaus County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we'll have caller 6988, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Caller 6988, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right, thank you for taking this call, and appreciate all the work done by the commissioners. My name is Faisal Kazi. I'm a resident of Fullerton, and my comment is in regards to the redistricting proposal for North Orange County, including City of Fullerton. It seems like a proposal or a number of proposals are suggesting dividing the city into 2 or 3 different assembly districts. And just wanted to make a point that it doesn't make sense on a number of levels. One, it compromises the representational integrity of our city. It's the small businesses, it's underserved communities, and logistically and practically would make a representational advocacy very difficult for the city of Fullerton and for the residents of Fullerton. I'm a physician in this community. I treat people from across this area, specifically within the city, where St. Jude Hospital is one of our large institutions. I'm part of charitable service groups that work with nonprofits, including the local Rotary Club. I've had a chance to be on a commission serving Fullerton residents, and all that really takes a strong representation and access to our representatives, which will be diluted and compromised if the city is divided into as many districts as it's been proposed. So I hope you can take that into account and listen to a number of voices that have been represented here in terms of maintaining our integrity. And I appreciate, again, all the work you're doing, and it's an arduous task. So I appreciate it, and thank you for comments.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5944, and then up next after that will be caller 7173. Caller 5944, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, not 5944, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 5944. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. We will come back to you. Caller 7173, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Bob Tiffany, and I'm a longtime resident of Hollister in San Benito County of the Central Coast area. I'm also an elected member of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to say how important it is that San Benito County remains connected with Salinas, Watsonville, and Gilroy, as it currently is in the Benito map draft. Earlier today, I heard briefly the idea kicked around of moving San Benito County into the Central Valley. This would have a huge negative impact on our community. First, San Benito County is geographically connected to the Salinas Valley and Central Coast, whereas there is a major mountain range between San Benito County and the Central Valley. Furthermore, and most importantly, all of our community interests in San Benito County, especially in terms of Latino populations, agriculture and farm workers, housing and transportation, are shared with the Salinas Valley area. So I strongly urge you to keep Benito Assembly District draft map as it currently is, with the entirety of San Benito County remain connected to the Salinas, Watsonville, and Gilroy areas. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Right now, you have caller 6722, and up next after that will be caller 0706. Caller 6722, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Perfect. Commission, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and keep this short and sweet. I want to thank you for your work once again, and I'm calling because I want to urge you to keep working to make better, more effective Latino VAR assembly districts in the Central Valley, specifically in the Fresno, Madera, Merced area. In Fresno, I know you have heard conflicting input on the neighborhoods of Old Fig Garden and Sunnyside. These county islands should not be included with the Southside Fresno Latino VAR districts. Including these areas is what it is hurting your Latino CVAP in the Fresno draft. Consider joining cities of Chowchilla and Madera with Southside City of Fresno, plus Sanger, Fowler, Selma, Parlier, basically following along Highway 99 and taking in the southeast part of Fresno County. Also, just a helpful little hint of mine, it's Parlier, not Parlier. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that French sound like some have been pronouncing it. Continuing forward, the Merced Fresno Latino VAR district needs to increase Latino CVAP, but do not cross over into San Benito County for the assembly. There are more than enough Latinos in the Central Valley to create 4 strong Latino assembly VAR seats. These are complicated puzzle pieces, but keep working to get it right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 0706, and up next after that will be caller 1986. Caller 0706, if you please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Oakes, and I just wanted to reiterate some of the things said by an earlier caller regarding combining portions of the high desert in Southern California with the community of Palmdale. I was born, raised, and lived in the San Bernardino County High Desert, and I wanted to say I was really disturbed to see the commission today use our high desert as a population base for an Antelope Valley seat. Our community is completely different from the Antelope Valley. We don't share any real connection at all. There's no major transit corridor, and in the map you drew today from Palmdale to Hesperia, I'm not even sure how you'd get from one end of the proposed district to the other without driving outside of the district. It really does not make a lot of sense at all. It would almost be just as easy a drive from Palmdale to the San Gabriel Valley through the forest as it would be driving across the high desert. I'm also concerned about the lack of transparency the commission showed. We are almost a year into this process, and at the last minute, you start completely carving up my community. Please look at other options to keep our San Bernardino County High Desert whole and not just meet behind closed doors and make these dramatic changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1986, and up next after that will be caller 4521. Caller 1986, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alyssa. I'd like to talk about the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District. The city of Fresno does not belong in the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District draft. As a resident of rural Fresno County, I understand how different the city's urban population is from the rest of the district's rural communities. The city of Fresno should be included in a district like Stan Fresno, where it will share representation from the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and Fresno County City Council, and not disrupt the Fresno-Tulare District's rural communities of interest. Instead, the Fresno-Tulare District should include more of rural Kings or Tulare counties, which are far more similar to the rural communities in Fresno County like mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we have I apologize. I didn't know she was done. Right now we have caller 4521, and up next after that will be caller 3580. Caller 4521, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. This is Deborah Allen with the City of Rancho Cucamonga, and I would like to respectfully request to please not split the City of Rancho Cucamonga into multiple districts. Rancho Cucamonga has a strong sense of identity and has historically been mostly in all one Senate, one Assembly, and one Congressional district. The proposed Congressional, State, Assembly, and Senate district maps unnecessarily split Rancho Cucamonga and our community into different neighborhoods, diminishing our community power and our opportunity for strong representation. Thank you for your consideration for this request and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 3580. And up next after that is caller 3739. Caller 3580, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say is I'm really sorry if my voice is messed up. I got my booster shot last week, and so I have a flu. So I'm sorry my voice is going to be all messed up. Anyway, my name is Larry Peltier, and I live in Simi Valley. And I want to thank you guys so much for all the work that you're doing, all the commissioners here. And the current mapping that you have with Simi Valley, you've placed us with Agoura, Thousand Oaks, and Calabasas, and Malibu. And we really have nothing to do with those uber wealthy areas. As you know, Simi Valley is a very working class family, and we are very much aligned with Santa Clarita. And as we have stated beforehand, some of the other people, that we have the same shared power grid, we have the same shared forest. Many of the people that we have here that work in Simi Valley travel up to Antelope Valley to the aerospace. There's a very strong connection that we have. We have a very diverse community with a lot of Latinos here, which we would not have if the new lines were drawn, including Calabasas, Thousand Oaks, and Agoura. And we really have nothing in common with, like the Kardashians of Calabasas or the uber wealthy, the rock stars and stuff that live in the areas out there. So I just would like to specifically request that you keep Simi Valley, Moore Park, and Santa Clarita together, and draw that up so we can keep the same VRA district, which is majority Latino, and have the proper representation that we currently have. And it would just be a shame that Simi Valley, being at the very end of Ventura County, to be batted around as it always is, especially with so much change that's gone on with this COVID the last 2 years, to have one more change for both our kids and our elderly parents. So thank you very much. I do appreciate you hearing all of our competing.
That was 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3739. And up next after that will be caller 6511. Caller 3739, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. Thank you for your work. I'm calling in about the Fresno Area Assembly draft map, specifically Fresno and Calaveras and drafts. I want to urge you to keep working to make strong Latino VRA Assembly districts in the Central Valley, specifically in the Fresno area. It seems like a big issue is the community of interest input that is almost working against your Latino VRA obligations. I think you can keep the AAPI communities together and whole, but instead of adding them to the South Fresno district, you should explore adding them to the Calaveras and districts. It is not perfect, but it is a compromise that keeps communities whole. If you work on switching around some of these communities and neighborhoods in the city of Fresno, I bet you could make the Calaveras and district smaller so that it is just North Fresno, Clovis, and Eastern Fresno County, all the while respecting AIPI communities. Plus, the South Fresno district would have a solid Latino CVAP of working class and rural Latinos. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6511. And up next after that will be caller 6472. Caller 6511, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am calling from the San Fernando Valley, and very simply, I'm requesting that you please keep the Valley together when crafting the legislative districts. In fact, you could make the San Fernando Valley into a couple of majority Latino VRA districts to represent the community fairly. My community just wants you all to be focused on this critical matter because we have unique needs here in Los Angeles, and we need our representatives to be 100% invested in the San Fernando community proper, the Valley. So please listen to all the callers asking for this and keep the San Fernando Valley together while making it into 2 majority Latino VRA districts. Huge community of interest in the state of California. And I thank you all for your time and work on this matter.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6472. And up next after that is caller 6188. Caller 6472, if you'll please follow the prompt. Oh, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Commissioner. First and foremost, again, thank you so much for all your work on kind of this Herculean task. So again, I want to thank you for all that you're doing there in drawing these lines. My name is Jesse. I'm born and raised in West Anaheim, went to Cal State Fullerton, live in Anaheim, have a young son in Anaheim, clearly have roots to this community and is dedicated to this community. I'm calling just to kind of reiterate what a lot of other speakers kind of from this area discussed, and that is really trying to keep as much as Fullerton together and joining Fullerton with West Anaheim as its own assembly district and then Santa Ana as its own. Considering these are major population centers, they rightfully kind of deserve their own, and they would still be kind of Voting Rights Act district compliant. So then with that, just to reiterate one more time, we'd like to, I think that it's best to have an assembly district with West Anaheim kind of supplemented by Fullerton and Santa Ana as its own. But thank you so much for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 6188. And up next after that will be caller 0282. Caller 6188, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
The floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
All right, hi, I'm Brad. I was raised in Long Beach, and I know it's been a long night for you guys, so I'll just make it quick. I just wanted to share my concerns that part of LA County being washed out by Orange County in the congressional map proposals would kind of drown out the voices of concerns of people in Long Beach. And I think it's best for both communities if we kept them separate in terms of districting. Thank you guys for what you're doing, and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 0282. And up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 0282, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, and I'm concerned that our southern county cities are being washed out in Orange County. Orange County and LA have different ways of life, and it would be a shame to combine our counties in the next decade of congressional maps. There are just too many differences between our communities to justify linking places like Long Beach and with Huntington Beach. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 8224. And up next after that will be caller 1031. Caller 8224, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hello, Commissioner. My name is Stephanie. I'm a long-time resident in Orange County. I'm calling to thank you for what you are doing. I appreciate all your hard work. If you have not heard the recent County Board of Supervisors redistrict map that were approved last week on November 22nd by the Orange County Board of Supervisors, that Lido Saigon belong to Westminster, Midway City, Rosemont, Palm Valley, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, portion of Gandro and Huntington Beach. The county has access to the social service and program in the county and the area of what is used or not. This clearly confirms that the county acknowledges that Huntington Beach does in fact belong with Lido Saigon, where they share social service, government program, healthcare service, and especially education. Red job on the Sunnet map solely use that map as a guide when you draw the line for assembly and Congress to make sure those maps include Huntington Beach. Thank you all for listening and happy holiday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1031. And up next after that will be caller 4725. Caller 1031, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Angela, and I'm calling from Lake Arrowhead, which is an unincorporated mountain community in the San Bernardino County National Forest. First of all, I want to thank the Commission for their hard work to ensure that our community is represented in the State Assembly. Furthermore, my family and I have lived in Lake Arrowhead for about 5 years, and I am concerned that we are currently being drawn into a district whose population is in Pasadena, California. I just looked at Google Maps, and it is 2 hours one way and 72 miles to the population center of the Assembly District we have been drawn into. I am requesting the Commission to include Lake Arrowhead with the San Bernardino County High Desert communities of Hesperia, Oak Hills, and Apple Valley. We share similar small-town values, educational needs, rural living, and other both located in San Bernardino County. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of including Lake Arrowhead with the San Bernardino County High Desert.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 4725. And up next after that will be caller 0526. I'd like to ask the public if they could please be sure to speak at a steady pace and take time with county and city names and numbers. Helps our interpreters. Right now we have caller 4725. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 4725. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours. Hello.
Hi, I'm Morgan, and I'm a Los Angeles resident. I'm concerned that there's talk of combining Long Beach and Orange County into one congressional district. I think that these two districts have pretty different cultures, and I think it would harm Long Beach to combine with Orange County. I believe that the poor city of Long Beach would be greatly harmed by having to weigh the competing interests of the OC cities. And yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0526, and then up next after that will be caller 2893. Caller 0526, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Hello.
Hi, my name is Jonathan, and I'm from LA County, and I just want to say that, to be honest, the only things that Long Beach and Seal Beach have in common is the word beach in their name, because our community in LA County is reliant on the port of Long Beach for economic stability. So separating it from the rest of the county in the congressional map hurts us here in LA, because this port fuels tens of thousands of jobs in LA, and if it gets taken away in the proposed map, it'll only add another layer of bureaucracy to keep our area economically afloat. So please keep LA County and Orange County apart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 2893, and up next after that will be caller 3889. Caller 2893, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2893, you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello. My name is Harry. I live in Fullerton. I've lived here for 22 years, and I thank you for this time. I want to ask you not to split Fullerton up into different assembly districts. We in Fullerton are a very diverse community, but we have common problems. We share the same crumbling roads, the same crumbling water system. We depend on state funding for our solution to homelessness, for our shelter in Fullerton, for preservation of our Hunt Library, and for open space in Fullerton in Coyote Hills. And we work together on this. And we depend on the same funding for these problems. And I want to say, I've lived in San Diego County and LA County, and when I moved here 20 years ago, I found out that there's such a thing as North County. When you're north of the 91, you're in North County, and it's different than being south of the Orange Crush. We should remain together so that we can work together with our representatives.
50.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3889, and up next after that will be caller 1007. Caller 3889, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling about the neighborhoods of Acton and Agua Dulce. I just wanted to say that we are part of the Santa Clarita Valley, not the Antelope Valley. For many of us here, we shop, work, go to the doctor here in Santa Clarita. We would like to be, and if you could please put us in the same districts as Santa Clarita Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1007, and then up next after that will be caller 5590. Caller 1007, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller one, oh, there you are again.
Hi.
The floor is yours. Hello.
My name's Michael. Hi, my name's Chris, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I have an issue with linking us together with Irvine. Our communities are completely different. There's no reason to bring the coastal districts of Orange County and connect us together with the inland areas of Orange County. Coastal Orange County has an economy based around tourism, and our economy is not connected to that of Irvine. Our needs on the coast will be washed away if we get connected to Irvine. Please consider separating Irvine away from the coastal Orange County district.
Thank you so much. And right now we caller 5590, and then up next after that will be a retry of caller 5944. Caller 5590, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello, my name is Father Dennis Kriz. I'm pastor here at St. Philip Benizi Church in Southwest Fullerton. Please keep Fullerton intact. Dividing the city into 3 assembly districts would deprive the city of effective representation in the California Assembly and create a new layer of confusion when trying to coordinate projects between the city and now various assembly members, each representing parts of various other cities as well. Assembly members will not necessarily want to support projects that fall outside their districts, and yet a city like Fullerton, for instance, will not necessarily be able to locate projects within supportive assembly members' boundaries. As it is, Orange County is already infamous for the crazy whack-a-mole game in which county government and its constituent 35 cities each blame each other for inaction. Now we now add this new layer of institutional confusion where a city like Fullerton is represented by 3 assembly members, but each of those assembly members represent several other cities as well. This guarantees a mess that where everyone will suffer. Even South Fullerton's Latinx residents, as the district will now be attached, to a district dominated by Santa Ana and its concerns there. Please keep Fullerton intact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will be retrying caller 5944, and then up next after that will be caller 0045. Caller 5944, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hey, Commissioners. Little break from Orange County here. Just want to talk about the assembly lines in the VRA district in Bakersfield that you guys drew earlier today. Just wanted to comment, the lines you guys did were spot on, pretty much perfect job. Moving the country club sort of areas out of that VRA district. I hope next week when you guys dig into the congressional seats that you guys match that same stuff and take those same communities out of the VRA district that's connected to Kings. Also, full disclosure, I'm not from Mono or Inyo. However, I did work there for a very long time. And I'd just like to say the city of Ridgecrest in Eastern Kern is very much in the consciousness of that entire area. There's about 25,000 people there. They actually share a community college system together. And there's I forget the name of the mass transit system, but there's a bus system that runs all the way up to Mammoth Lakes from Ridgecrest. They do a lot of recreating together and whatnot. So maybe a solution to that problem, give you guys a little bit of wiggle room up to the north if you guys, put Ridgecrest in at the south. So good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0045, and up next after that will be caller 5138. Caller 0045, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yes, Commissioner. My name is John Mendoza. I live here in the city of Pomona, in the 35th Congressional District and 20th Central Senate District. And I'm just asking you to please keep some of the cities that are in the Santa Ana watershed above Prado Dam that extend up to the North Hills to the foothills, and also inside the Chino Basin cities, which include Pomona, Chino Hills, Ontario, Montclair, those cities, all in one district. We have severe water crisis, and it fragments it when we don't have elected officials that are zeroed in on a particular region, dealing with our water issues. That goes up and down the state of California. So I just wanted to put that forward. Recently, Riverside County came under protest because they only decided to have one Latino district. I don't know how Chino Hills is going to fit into that if they get shifted over there into the Riverside County. And another issue is that here in Los Angeles, with your redistricting process, people are saying are crafting lines that say let's go 50 miles within from the ocean inland, so that people that don't have a voice with the ocean can have a voice. Well, when you start crafting lines, and you put these in front of the people, then the lines, you fail to start dealing with the problems in your region, like which is going up and down the state with the watersheds, with the mountain people and so forth. So I just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5138, and then up next after that will be caller 0682. Caller 5138, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will not burden you with congressional discussions on Assembly Day, but I'm sure you guys are all tired, and God bless all of you for your hard work. I'm calling in on, again, San Joaquin on Stanislaus Line. I know you kind of worked your way around the San Joaquin districts today, and you guys took a hard look at the Stanislaus lines. I just wanted to call in because I heard one commissioner earlier say there was all this testimony on the Assembly and the Senate lines. And I think Commissioner Fornisari, caught it that, everything you're hearing out of the Central Valley is negative or otherwise is the congressional lines. We're all very happy with these 3 seats in particular that are touching San Joaquin and Stanislaus County. Pretty happy with the Senate lines. I don't think anybody got everything they wanted, but everybody got something, and it's common sense. It's contiguous. So we just strongly encourage you, those of us that live on the east side of those counties, to keep it intact as much as you can. We all understand that some changes are going to have to happen, and you guys got some stuff that you got to work out. But in the northern part of the Central Valley, the complaints are few for the state lines, and we understand you guys got work to do congressionally there, but one doesn't necessarily have to affect the other. And I just want to be a caller again tonight that says you guys have done a great job of hearing everybody in the Central Valley, in the northern Central Valley, especially on the state line. So best of luck the rest of the way, and happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0682, and then up next after that will be caller 7592. Caller 0682, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm calling in regards to AD Draft Antelope and CD Draft AB SCV. I'm a nearly lifelong resident of Palmdale. I understand the immense responsibility that you have, but what happened today to the Antelope Valley's Assembly draft is wrong, and I hope it's not telling of what's to come for our congressional draft based on how often we seem to have the wrench thrown at us. For years, Palmdale and Lancaster have begged to be united. We are quite possibly the most similar cities in California. I, along with the majority of our citizens, am begging you to keep the Antelope Valley completely united. Regarding our congressional draft, please just leave it alone. It is exactly what the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley have been asking for nearly a decade. A large majority of public comments have been in support of the draft, and I agree. Many of the people who keep calling in from Simi Valley are only asking to be kept with Santa Clarita, in part due to political grievances that the current congressman has made very public. Simi Valley sits in a different county and is 15 miles from Santa Clarita. Also, contrary to what a previous caller said, they are, in fact, very different as far as demographics speak. Why should we allow Simi Valley as a gerrymandered enclave of AV-SCV? They deserve no special treatment, yet continue to get it. Simi Valley drowns out the voices of BIPOC in the Antelope Valley, and it's not fair. They are an outlier in every way, including from our Santa Clarita Valley brothers and sisters. Please stop allowing Simi Valley, a wealthy white Ventura County community, to dictate the issues of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in North LA County. It's downright racist, and we've put up with it for too long. No more. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Interpreter, for your hard work, and happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7592, and up next after that will be caller 8571. Caller 7592, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 7592, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. The draft state assembly and congressional districts for Santa Clara County should be improved. In regards to state assembly redistricting, the Golden Triangle area of San Jose is divided between 2 districts. While West Valley communities Campbell and Saratoga are both in the South Peninsula district, West Valley communities Los Gatos and Monte Sereno are in another district. The Franklin McKinley School District area is split between 2 districts. It should be completely in the Alum Rock District. The Alum Rock District, however, should not include the Rose Garden neighborhood. It should, however, include the Latinx majority Gardner neighborhood. I should mention that there is a multi-group proposal for the Alum Rock District. However, I cannot support this particular proposal in part because it splits the Berryessa neighborhood of San Jose. It also split the Franklin McKinley School District area. I hope to send my proposals as far as state assembly and congressional for Santa Clara County, hopefully in the next day or two. And in regards to congressional redistricting for Alhambra, Monterey Park, North El Monte, Rosemead, and South San Gabriel, one possibility would be for these communities to be in CD 210. In exchange, areas that are in the current CD 210 could be transferred to the CD, I believe it's Covina district. But I'll try to send the info in writing within the next day or two. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8571, and then up next after that will be caller 9835. 8571, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, my name is Chris Bowman. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello? Okay,
yes,
great.
Hello.
I served in the same capacity as you did in 1995 in San Francisco when we drew the district lines for supervisorial districts, which have been in place since 2000. So I don't envy your task. I've been looking through the public comment section, over 32,000 individual public comments. That's a lot to go through. I submitted a 23 district assembly district plan, which covers 34 counties from north of San Joaquin and Tuolumne County all the way to the Oregon border. And the 23 districts are completely contained within those 34 counties, with the exception of the eastern communities of Contra Costa County, which are next to San Joaquin County. You can at 32167. That's the comment number on your website. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the maps. I submitted the maps on the 24th through the statewide database, but was not able to wed my comments with the maps. So hopefully the staff will be able to let you see the plan. It addresses a number of the issues that you've been dealing with and wrestling with, including the issue about what to do with Tahoe and the Central Sierra. You can add, in my district, there's enough room to add Inyo and Mono County to it. I don't know why you would want to do it, because the highways, the overpasses, or rather the passes, closed sometimes 6 to 8 months. But please take a look at my plan. It's 32167. Ask the staff to show you the maps. I think you'll like what you see. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9835, and up next after that we caller 3018. Caller 9835, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, and thank you for the work you're doing. I apologize for any ambient noise. I'm fighting my commute on the 5 South right now, as I'm sure many people are. I wanted to call. I know we're working on assembly lines this week, but ahead of congressional lines next week, which I think is the plan, I wanted to talk about Orange County and the city of Irvine. Irvine's the second largest city in the county, and all the various neighborhoods are all very similar to each other, unlike some other cities its size. I'm asking the commission to consider keeping Irvine contiguous in the congressional lines instead of splitting it up amongst multiple lines. That's all I've got. Thank you so much. Hope you guys have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we've got callers 3018, and up next after that we have caller 2003. Caller 3018, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 3018, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 3018. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment, but I will come back to you. Right now, we will be going to caller 2003, and up next after that will be call-in user 1. Caller 2003, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Good
The floor is
evening.
yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and public. My name is Teresa, and I live in the San Fernando Valley. I'm disappointed to see that we still don't have our own respective VRA districts here in San Fernando. Numerous people have called to ask for us our own pair of majority Latino VRA districts to equitably represent our community here. We need you to focus on this matter and not jeopardize our community of interest. Other groups like VICA have called in the past to ask you all to make these districts for us and keep the San Fernando Valley together when making these maps. It makes sense for us, and I know I'm not the only one who feels this way. Commissioners, please listen to all of the Latinos speaking to you when we ask you to create these VRA districts for the Valley. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have call-in user 1, and up next after that will be caller 3422. Call-in user 1, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Salas. I'm from Newberry Springs, which is in the San Bernardino County High Desert. I just want to say that I was really frustrated today watching you guys split up the High Desert. I'm concerned that this is a pattern, and it really seems like you have consistently been using rural areas in our county as population grabs for Los Angeles County. Areas like Alta Loma, Lake Arrowhead, Wrightwood, and now the High Desert are being drawn into Los Angeles districts that we have to drive outside the district to get to the population bases. I just want to respectfully remind the commission that you are not the LA County Redistricting Commission. You are supposed to work for the whole state, and our region is one of the fastest growing in the state. Our voices should be growing and not be sacrificed for LA County. Please work to give the Inland Empire and rural counties like mine a voice, and thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3422, and up next after that is caller 6058. I'd like to invite those that have called in and not spoke this evening to please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we'll go to caller 3422. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Perfect. Good evening. I definitely have been listening into the conversation. I was listening the conversation around the Coachella Valley last night. Here's the deal. You are drawing an artificial line splitting the Latino community. You are artificially splitting Indio, which is 69% Latino, from Thousand Palms and Cathedral City, which are 59% Latino. You're artificially deciding the community protected under the Voting Rights Act should have their vote diluted. You're artificially deciding which cities are part of the Latino community versus listening to the Latino community itself. You're artificially deciding the rights of the wealthy and that they should be placed ahead of those of the vulnerable. The whole point of the VRA is to give those communities like mine the strongest opportunity to vote in those who represent our interests. Do not lose sight of the course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6058. And up next after that will be caller 3018 as a retry. Caller 6058, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Yes, I live in the city of Cypress for over 25 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of Cypress. The city of Cypress has a strong connection with the cities of Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, Rossmore, and we are like sister cities where we share many common interests We shop at each other's cities, attend each other's festivals and churches, sports activities. The cities are so intertwined, we don't know where one ends and the other one starts. Los Alamitos cross over with Cypress, where many Cypress kids go to Los Alamitos School, and vice versa. So I'm asking you to please keep the city of Cypress together with its sister cities and community of interest, Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, Rossmore, as well as Huntington Beach. I'm also requesting the commissioners to please not break the county line between Orange County and LA County and keep Long Beach and Orange County separate. They are way too different and one has nothing in common with each other and they don't belong in the same district. Mingling them together will be detrimental to Orange County and Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller we have caller 3018 as a retry, and up next after that will be caller 4379. Caller 3018, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you all for letting me speak on the issue of San Fernando Valley's VRA districts. I've heard numerous people and groups call in before asking you all to give the San Fernando Valley 2 majority Latino Assembly districts, and I'm still waiting to see them. What am I missing? I don't understand why the Antelope Valley's Assembly districts have been rearranged, for example, while the San Fernando Valley still does not have equitable representation for Latinos. Latinos here are a huge community of interest, and we'd long to see proper representation. Please listen to us and keep the San Fernando Valley whole while creating 2 VRA districts like the one that Nalda has brought forth to you all. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time, and please do this for the Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4379, and up next after that will be caller 5552. Caller 4379, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a resident of LA County, and I'm concerned that the commission will try to link more of our county with our neighbors to the south in Orange County. I've lived in LA for years, and I can tell you that our lifestyles differ tremendously. So please keep Long Beach with the rest of LA and out of OC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5552, and up next after that will be caller 3241. Caller 5552, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Griffin, and I am calling in regards to requesting that we keep Irvine whole and separated from the coastal region of Orange County. Irvine is better suited to stay in the inland part of Orange County, as it has very different needs than places like Newport Beach. The economies are not connected at all. These communities should be able to keep their autonomy. Combining them together will put both regions at a disservice. Thank you for listening, and have a nice night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3241, and up next after that will be caller 5410. Caller 3241, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I've been listening to this commission for a while now today, and I've just been hearing the same thing that I'm concerned about, is that Orange County might be looped in with Long Beach in the coastal district, and that doesn't make any sense. And we've seen consensus so far of people coming from Long Beach worried that OC will drown out their voices when we're concerned about the exact opposite happening. So with that consensus, these communities are completely incompatible to be looped in together. And so keeping LA and Orange County separate is the best decision you can make, because it just makes sense, Why loop in two areas that have almost nothing in common together? So that's just what I wanted to say, is that these communities are incompatible, and there's just mutual consensus on both sides of the aisle, LA and Orange, on this issue.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5410, and up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 5410, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I was just calling to just remind or point out to the commissioners that the negative comments you've been hearing about Stanislaus County and the Modesto area tonight they're really focused on the congressional maps, and these negative comments are not focused on tonight's focus, which is the state assembly and the Senate maps. Really the assembly maps are fine just the way they are. You guys have listened to us. You've heard the people of Stanislaus and San Joaquin, and you've heard our needs and our requests for the assembly maps. And the lines that you have currently, they provide us with the appropriate representation for our community. And I know that you guys have worked really hard on these maps, and I really feel like you've done a great job. So please keep the maps you have and leave Stanislaus and San Joaquin assembly drafts just the way they are. I really feel that, we often get overlooked here in the Central Valley, but with these state assembly maps, they actually make me feel like our community has actually been heard, and that means a lot. So I just wanted to thank you all for your hard work and your late nights, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 2931, and up next after that will be caller 9805. Caller 2931, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I haven't called before, and I have a new information that I want to share. I want to bring to your attention on Orange County Register article yesterday that talking about redistrict and have comment from residents share their suggestion from their community. Quote the article, resident of Little Saigon do want Northeast Huntington Beach to be considered part of their community. You have done this with the senator district, but not the assembly and congressional. We are asking again, we are asking you to including either on or at least half of North Huntington Beach or entire city of Huntington Beach into our community. For assembly, remove State Stanton and East Garden Grove up you Creek Street and add on part of Huntington Beach. If part at north of Garfield Avenue and Huntington Beach. For congressional, remove Artisan and Siratot and add on a part of Huntington Beach. If part at north of Garfield Avenue and Huntington Beach, Little Saigon need to include following city: Huntington Beach, Westminster, Midway City, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, and part of Garden Grove. Thank you for all your time helping with giving Little Saigon 2 representatives for the next decade. And thank you for your hard work, Congressman, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9805, and up next after that will be caller 5816. Caller 9805, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, again, for taking my call. My name is Babak Dadban. I live in Woodland Hills, California for the last 37 years. That is in San Fernando Valley. I would like to ask to please consider the proposal submitted by the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA, for Congress. Right now, my own congressional district has Santa Monica in it. That is just amazing. That's way on the other side of the mountain. That should not be there. The VICA map puts Santa Monica back into Coastline District and Venice. Also, it put 92% of the population of my district, the Malibu San Fernando District, North Mulholland Drive in San Fernando Valley. It keeps also the Northridge together, and also unites West Hollywood with the West Side Council of the government. The VICA plan, that is again Valley Industry and Commerce Association plan is a balanced shift that solves the remaining problem of our 4th district all at once. I would like to thank you again, and I would like to ask you to check out the VICA plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 5816, and then up next after that will be caller 8037. And those are my last 2 hands for the evening. For those that have not spoke this evening, if you please press *9, this will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Everyone will get a chance to speak, but it makes it a little easier to manage. Please press *9 if you wish to give comment and have not spoke. Caller 5816, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners. My name is JT. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I have been for about 20 years. I lived in Orange County for the last 35 years. I'm calling to voice my displeasure of having Irvine added to our current district, and to express my agreement with the councilman from Irvine in that the Irvine has little in common with the Orange County coast cities and would dilute the issues of both those communities. I've had the privilege of helping underprivileged families and seniors throughout Orange County through a couple of programs, volunteer programs, and I've seen the services that they provide, and firsthand, they're extremely different. The needs of the coastal and the needs of the inland communities are markedly different. There's also been testimony throughout this commission and this hearing about keeping Irvine whole. I'm in complete agreement with keeping Irvine whole. The only way that is successful is if Irvine is made the focal city of in the district that does not involve those coastal cities. The coastal cities have common issues, common problems, common habitats of interest, and we'd like to keep those respected and considered when redistricting.
30 seconds.
So thank you very much, and please keep the coastal cities together. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8037, and up next after that we'll have caller 6789. Caller 8037, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling about the Vra District and the Coastal Orange County District. At one point, the commission discussed how it was important to keep these districts compact, yet the Vra District is quite the opposite. I think it would make sense to build an actually compact district that includes Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Little Saigon, and Huntington Beach. There's really no reason to separate these neighboring cities, and keeping them together would really better empower the Vietnamese voters in these cities. I think the commission should focus on this change in the next map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll go to caller 6789. And up next after that will be caller 0247. Caller 6789, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Vincent Tran. I'm a resident of Found Valley. I'm part of Vra, a nonprofit organization based in Garden Grove. So we implore you to keep West Santa Ana, west of the Santa Ana River, with the neighboring Little Saigon cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Found Valley in both the congressional and state draft maps, similar to the layout of the Assembly draft map. There's a large concentration of Vietnamese living in West Santa Ana, who are predominantly mobile home residents, seniors, and low income. The large concentration of mobile homes within West Santa Ana should be kept together with Westminster and Garden Grove, which also has a large concentration of mobile home parks that are predominantly occupied by Vietnamese residents. And the fracturing of these communities into different districts would further weaken their voices and potentially result in the displacement of low-income senior Vietnamese refugee residents. In addition, keeping these cities together Also respects the historical growth of Little Saigon, whose origin lies in West Santa Ana and later moved on to Garden Grove and Westminster and Fountain Valley. West Santa Ana continues to be an important gathering place for the Vietnamese community due to a large concentration of Vietnamese churches and temples, many of which were built on the early stages of the development of Little Saigon. And over the past few months, there have been many maps submitted by the community, which shows the commission can comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act in Los Angeles and in Orange County, while also keeping our communities of interest whole. So please use this map as a roadmap to achieving the balance. One last thing to note is, we don't have any common shared interests with Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Seal Beach. So please keep Little Saigon separate from those coastal cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0247, and up next after that would be caller 3434. Caller 0247, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Manny De Leon. I'm a resident of Irvine, a UCI alumni, and a community organizer with the Orange County Asian Pacific Islander Community Alliance, or CAPICA for short, an organization based in Orange County dedicated to centering and uplifting the needs of the AAPI community in Irvine. I'm also personally organizing with the overlooked but significant population of Filipino Americans in and around Irvine. I'm here tonight to comment on yesterday's discussion about breaking up communities of interest in Orange County. Irvine is one of the fastest growing cities in the state, which has been fueled by ongoing growth by its immigrant communities. With growing number of Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Amemza residents, the city of Irvine has similar communities to the city of Tustin, and also home to an emerging low-income population with needs similar to those of the Latinx communities in Costa Mesa. The proposed draft assembly map addresses and respects these communities of interest, and we ask to please not break them up. Numerous maps submitted by the community have demonstrated that the Commission can comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act in Los Angeles and Orange County while keeping key communities of interest like Irvine and Costa Mesa together. Please consider integrating the aspects of the submitted maps to comply with the VRA while centering the voices and needs of our communities. Again, thank you so much for all the work you've done, and good night.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we're going to caller 3434, and then up next after that will be caller 4852. Caller 3434, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, hello. Okay. So my name is Gino. I live in Simi Valley, and I'm calling you to please keep Simi Valley in the same district as Santa Clarita when making these next legislative maps. A lot of people have called asking for us not to be with Santa Clarita because we're in separate counties. I even heard a previous caller talk about how it was white people controlling indigenous, Blacks, and Hispanic communities, when in fact that is not true. Simi Valley actually has a very diverse community, way more diverse than any of the other communities in Ventura County, and way more similar to the demographics of Palmdale, Lancaster, and Santa Clarita. Simi Valley actually has a 28% Hispanic population compared to other cities like Calabasas, which only has 8% Hispanic population. So what he said is just flat out wrong, and Simi Valley deserves to be with the other diverse groups in the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita region. Also, we don't have a lot in common with Agora Hills, Calabasas, and Malibu. Even though those happen to be in LA County, it doesn't make sense because they are on the we aren't near them. We're on the outskirts of the city of Los Angeles, and we are not one of these coastal communities. So my case to you is to please keep Simi Valley and Santa Clarita in the same district and not to put us with these other communities on the coastline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I'd like to give caller 4852 an opportunity to speak. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, hello. My name is Gino. I live in Simi Valley, and I'm calling you to please keep Simi Valley in the same district as Santa Clarita when making these next legislative maps. A lot of people have called asking for us not to be with Santa Clarita because we're in separate counties. I even heard a previous caller talk about how it was white people controlling indigenous, Blacks, and Hispanic communities, when in fact that is not true. Simi Valley actually has a very diverse community, way more diverse than any of the other communities in Ventura County, and way more similar to the demographics of Palmdale, Lancaster, and Santa Clarita.
The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioner. I live in Northridge, San Fernando Valley, and I'm the president of Global Punjabi Forum, and I am part of the large Sikh community in San Fernando Valley. We have 4 Gurdwara and 1 temple here. The San Fernando Valley should be majority Valley district. You have mostly done that already, so I wish to say thank you. In fact, you draw 3 good majority Valley districts. 1 district contain Berwick and Glendale. 1 district contain East Valley, East San Fernando Valley. And 3rd district contain Valley, West and South San Fernando Valley. And if you can correct one thing, please do not put Santa Monica in San Fernando Valley, with the San Fernando Valley. Santa Monica by the ocean should be district with the ocean community. The San Fernando Valley, Valley Industry and Commercial Association has a plan to contain Santa Monica with the coast
30 seconds.
And keep Northridge with the San Fernando Valley. Please keep San Fernando Valley separate from the Santa Monica, separate. This is very important. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time, that was our last caller.
Thank you so much, Katie, for
You're welcome.
for everything you do, and Christian and all staff, and the public, of course, for keeping us, for providing the feedback and the guidance that you have provided, the testimony. We will continue tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll be continuing on our visualizations and moving north. We will have some visualizations back from our line drawers, and we are focused. We will be looking at those and reviewing those as we continue to move on through our maps. So we will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, 11 o'clock. And thank you, and have a good evening.